10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And hello everyone, and welcome to the Tally Ho Show with me, Andy.
And me, James.
And welcome to episode 16 of the Tally Ho Show. Totally not take two.
Absolutely not, no.
Absolutely not. You know, totally not take two on the stream end. You know, podcast. It's the first time. We're doing this first time. Hype.
The joys of it going horribly wrong.
The joys of it. You gotta love it. That's just what. That's, you know, if you have any sort of streaming related problem when you're going live, you've made it as a streamer. It's official. Like, congratulations, James. You've now officially made it as a professional streamer.
Yay! Yeah. I mean, it could have been a lot. I mean, it could be coming at a better time, but you know, probably not. We're dropping in and out all the time.
But regardless, welcome everyone to episode 16 / season 2, episode 6 of the Tally Ho Show. We hope you are having a very, very good day, and thank you for coming by and listening in, where we just talk about everything and anything to do with gaming, should be a very, very good time. We've got some really good topics to discuss, followed by some good music and a little mini segment of. We had James's great adventure last time. Now it is going to be my great adventure. So this will be very interesting to say the least with that segment. But we're not alone in this, as you can see in the title of the podcast, or if you're on the stream, you can see it on your screen, that we are joined by a special guest, very good friend of mine and James. And he's very knowledgeable in some aspects of gaming, as we will be talking to him about with his topic. He's just a cracking good bloke. So we thought, why not bring him on? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, and theys and gentle thems, please give it up for the one, the only, Asmodan.
Hello, everyone. I am here. I'm happy to be here. I knew I should say that again. Just didn't take two. How you both doing?
Well,
yeah,
I was okay.
You were okay. Yeah, you're fine. I
was okay, and now the whole thing dropping. Yeah, it's a case of, oh, please survive. Don't do this to me now.
Don't do it again. You're fine now. It looks to be like everything's back up and running.
I mean, to be fair, the stream dropped when you guys tried to introduce me last time. So clearly the stream really hated me.
It's all your fault.
I mean, I was going to blame Nightmare, because usually it's when Nightmare shows up, everything goes down. By the way, James, Nightmare is my best friend, and every time I have him on my stream, everything goes wrong.
So, essentially, what we're saying is we've got to blame you. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough, as long as it takes the heat off me.
Wow, Jesus. Had to be, didn't it? Had to be.
Of course it did.
Goodness gracious me. But yes, so it's good to have you on, Asmo. So I say we'll be doing a little bit more of an introduction with Asmodan in just a little bit, so you get to know a little bit about who he is and what he does regarding to projects and stuff. As I say, we got some good topics to discuss, good music, got some segments. By the way, if you would like to send us a topic, a viewer-related topic, just to talk about anything to do with gaming, whether it be gaming history, a specific gaming franchise, or just, being stuff happening in the gaming industry, you're more than welcome to let us know. Feel free to tweet it at us at our Twitter account at The Tally Ho Show. You can message us on Facebook. We have a Facebook page, facebook.com/The Tally Ho Show. You can send us a message there, or you can send us an email. Send us an email at thetallyhoshow@gmail.com with the subject Tally Ho topic. When me and James are doing a future show, we might discuss your topic on there. Who knows?
And you'll be able to have that bragging voice to say, yes, that's right, that topic, that was me.
Yeah, exactly. How is everyone, Big Boy Bub says? Yes, hello to Vic and Big Boy Bub in the chat. I'm doing okay. How are you, James? That's the question. Like, how are you doing? Despite the internet, what have you been doing since the last episode, which was 2 weeks ago?
Well, since the last episode, I've got myself back into my work. I've been streaming quite a bit. And really, the main thing really was Dark Souls and Crash Bandicoot, which I restarted. And I'm now about to start a new game tomorrow, which I am thoroughly looking forward to. It's a game that it's a sequel to the game what is pretty much the very first game I streamed live on my channel.
Ooh, what game's that?
It's called Space Crew. It's the sequel to Bomber Crew, where it was the World War II.
Yeah.
The World War II game.
Yeah.
So now I finally get to play the sequel, which I've been very looking forward to because I love space. I love the fact that you could get thrown out into the whole depths of hell and be like, "Yay!"
Space! Whee!
Oh, space!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as you said space, I'm just like, space, gotta go to space.
Yeah, exactly.
to go to space.
And then, yeah, so apart from that, not really much happened. Just been taking care of my fiance. We've been planning the wedding, taking care of Buddy the dog, and just just surviving every day as I can.
Fair enough. Vic in the chat's like, good topics to discuss, like internet dying. Yes, we'll talk.
Oh yeah,
about...
that would definitely be a future topic coming up for that.
That'll be a future topic. Internet. Why is it crap?
Why does it collapse at the worst possible moment?
Yeah, it's just someone in that like that internet company knows that you're going live and is like disconnect.
Oh, I see you're going live. Be a shame if I were to disconnect you.
Exactly. Is it
Yeah, bastard.
hashtag hate, like, damn those internet companies.
But damn it, it's Bob again. It was Bob from our previous show.
It's Bob. God damn it, Bob. Why do you have to ruin everything? That's it.
There you go. Hashtag goddammit Bob is back.
Hashtag goddammit Bob. You know what we're going to do? We're going to have to, after this show, we're going to have to do the most... it has to be done. It's the most dastardly thing anyone can do to anyone, especially in a company. And that is right, a very stern and very angry letter.
Whoa.
Tell disgust about how this has been and how we have been treated.
That's too far, man. That's too far.
Calm down, Karen.
Oh, look, I need to speak to the manager, damn it. I need to speak to the goddamn manager about why we have been cut off with the internet. We've got a show to do, darn it.
It is just as I feared. Andy has gone over to the Karen side.
It'll just be like, bum. No, I was thinking it was just like, wait a minute, Andy is evolving. Dun, 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 dun,
Andy has evolved into Andy Karen.
Karen. No, it's like, it's like, wait, this is not an evolution anyone wanted to do.
Is it an evolution or a de-evolution?
It's a de-evolution, that's what it is.
Or that little record scratch. What?
Yeah, that's exactly that. Look, the moment because I used to work in like fast food, department store, freaking like the cargo company and all customer service aspects. I know what it's like to deal with like really like angry, crappy customers. So I give all like workers that work in department stores, fast food restaurants, all the places that where you have to deal with these sort of people, like a lot of respect, and I try and be nice and be polite with them. It's because it's like I know exactly how they feel. The moment, if any of you guys know, the moment I start complaining to the point where I ask for a manager, just tell me, and I'll freaking like I will never step foot outside again. I would just be like, that's it. I've evolved into a Karen or a Cray. I don't know. What's the male version of Karen?
Kyle?
Kevin. I'll be a Kevin, and I will, which I don't want to be, and I'll just stay at home for the rest of my life.
No, Kevin's the idiot.
I think it was Kyle.
Kyle?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Kyle.
If there's anyone here listening that's named Kevin or Kyle, we're sorry.
It's the online stuff. It's
the online stuff. It's not you personally, okay? It's not you.
Tell you what, if there's any Kevins or Kyles who feel insulted what we did, we apologise, and you have got a permission to cut the stream right now.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay, we're all good.
Stuff. All right, moving on. Let's talk to Asmodan. So Asmodan, like, you are a Twitch streamer. You also put in some content every now and then on YouTube. You do all the things, all the streaming things. So tell us, like, first off, how did you get into gaming? Let's talk about that. Like, when did you start gaming? And then when did that evolve into, finding, like, streaming, like Twitch? And, like, how is it going for you so far?
Well, I started gaming back when I was 2 years old.
Wow.
So my dad had bought the original NES, and I would always watch my dad and my brother play Super Mario Brothers, Zelda 2, Link, The Adventure of Link. That's what it's called. And actually, funny story about that. Before, like when I was younger than 2, I would constantly just always hit the controller, and apparently I deleted my dad's Zelda 2 save file when he was at Ganon's castle.
Oh no!
You just got your ass grounded.
Yeah, well, I was under 2. I can't be grounded. I can't do anything already.
Well, clearly you managed to delete your dad's save file, so you can do something. Therefore, you are old enough to be grounded.
Yeah.
And thus we knew a troll was born.
But after that, I started playing Mario a lot, and then played pretty much until current day. But I discovered Twitch. Oh god, when did I discover Twitch? I guess it would have been more around 2012. I discovered that Twitch existed through a YouTube video. Because nobody frickin' tells me anything. I have to find everything myself.
I know the feeling.
So I came over here.
Yep.
Came over to Twitch, and I love the whole idea. Actually, the person who I found that introduced me was a old content creator called Darnock. He used to do a lot of... He did initially Skyrim stuff on YouTube, and then he started doing some speed runs on Twitch. And then, I watched him. Unfortunately, he ended up, he was also went off to League of Legends, and then unfortunately he decided that being a content creator was not suitable for him anymore, with getting married and getting a new job and everything. So he unfortunately quit, which it was really sad for me, because he was honestly one of the best content creators I've ever seen. But yeah, after that, I started actually streaming on Twitch probably around late 2013, early 2014. But quickly realized that being a father of a kid and streaming was very difficult, especially when the kid's like 2-3 years old, and like 10-15 minutes into the streaming, the kid would wake up and start crying. I'm like, well, bye everybody.
Bye, stream's done. And plus also you wanted to hide all your consoles because you didn't want to do what you did to your dad, where it's like your 2-year-old kid would erase all your files. Goes on your PS3, like, hey, what are you doing? Oh no, not all my data, no.
No, fucking Sony did that to me.
Oh, Sony screwed you over? So it wasn't your kid, it was actually a big billion-dollar corporation that deleted your files.
Like,
what is the difference?
No. I mean, very true.
Do you guys want to hear that story?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure, go for it.
So, I was playing through the Amazing Spider-Man game.
Oh,
I absolutely love that game, by the way. Don't play the sequel, it sucked. So I was playing through, and I was just loving it. It was very similar to the Marvel Spider-Man game, but obviously just a little bit more very basic.
Yeah.
And I got pretty much right to the end, and my PS3 yellow lighted. And I'm like, fuck, okay. So figure everything out. I'm like, okay, I got to send off my PS3. They'll fix it. Their requirement is I just have to take the hard drive out so they don't wipe it, right? So I go to take it out, and I find that for some reason the screw is stripped. I'm like, you bastards, when you put this fucking hard drive in, you actually strip the screw. So I call them up. I'm like, hey, this is my ticket number. I'm supposed to be sending this in. I can't take my hard drive out because the screw's stripped. Can you not delete my hard drive? And they're like, yeah, no problem. I'll put it into the ticket. It won't be deleted. I'm like, sweet. Send it off. Get it back. Start it up. I'm like, all right, let's finish this game. Everything's deleted.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
And the real kicker was, I had been considering that night to get PlayStation Plus to get the online backups.
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no. And the day when you were thinking about it, it was
like, I'd been mulling it over kind of for a week, but it was like this one. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm actually going to go do it. I just have to wait till the next paycheck, and then boom, yellow lighted.
Yellow light, and they're like, well, God.
It does kind of make me think, though. This is kind of karma, really, for deleting your dad's Zelda. Surely.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah,
Probably.
in a way. Now that I think about it. Now that you told us that story about, you deleting your dad's save file of Zelda 2.
I mean, I didn't do it intentionally. I was younger than 2 years old.
But it was still you. So yes, it's karma. No, I'm joking.
No, I'm sticking with karma.
Okay, fair enough. Deary me. But yeah, so like, pretty much when you had your kid was like 2 years old, and you had to cut streaming a bit. When did you come back? When was your triumphant return?
I guess that would have been late 2017. So I'd gotten out of a really bad relationship in the summer of 2017, and I moved, kind of was living back on my own, and was like really setting everything back up. I'm like, you know what? I need something outside of this. Like, I honestly did not feel very comfortable going out, hanging out with people too much. That was actually right around the time that you and I were really just becoming friends, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
And
I felt the connection.
Yeah, but like, even you can agree. Like, at that time, I was very much a very introverted person. I could not take myself out of my own head, essentially, to interact with people very much.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, I want to start kind of making myself better, and the first step is to get out of this trap that I've ended up in. And so I started streaming, and the initial content obviously was very bad. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't talking much, but over time I started talking more and more, and I've gotten to a point where I'm actually a lot happier with who I am. So I remember one of the earliest things I actually streamed was Subnautica.
Oh, good man. I love Subnautica.
Yeah, it was like the really big thing I was really interested in watching at that time. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be something I'm going to be able to talk about if someone has a question. So at least it's going to be something I'm going to be able to respond and know, rather than just being completely blind. And there's enough jump scares because those fucking Reapers are loud but sneaky.
You can hear the Reaper. You hear that little roar in the background. You think, right, one's near, and then as you just drive swimming along, all you hear is the massive roar, and you think, shit, where is he? And by that time you realize where he is. He's got you.
He's right behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, then I just kind of went from there, did a lot of JRPGs, and then I really kind of hit my stride when I did Skies of Arcadia, which is my all-time favorite game. So, and that was summer of 2018.
And it's like you've been like keeping on going ever since, whenever getting the chance, playing all different titles.
Yeah, so I did keep everything pretty consistent from there, right up until December last year. Then, because last year in the summer I got a promotion at my job, so I ended up running my team, and then during December it kind of became a bit of a shit show, and I was just
as it always is.
Yeah, and it got so busy, and then COVID happened, so I got busy with that, and then it's just so much crap happened that by the time I realized it, I hadn't streamed. I think I'd maybe streamed twice in 5 months.
Holy.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm actually just starting to get back into trying to stream regularly, and I'm really struggling to do it. Like,
yeah,
it's like I'll get home and I'm just like, fuck, I am tired. So.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But
Definitely.
also, you can also claim as when you go live, it's a major deal for you, but it's also a major deal with your fans when you go back live next.
Yeah, so I'm trying to keep a bit of a schedule now. At least have 2 days where it's like ongoing streaming content, and then I kind of take Wednesday as a friend, a very close friend group kind of hangout session, just so I don't burn myself out of streaming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But,
It's a good thing to do. It's always good, like, you know, to keep an equal balance of streaming and working, but at the same time try and have like a day to yourself where it's like, you know, you're not completely burning yourself out. Otherwise it's like you're just going to be like, I'm done. It's like, you know, like 100% burnout is the freaking worst. Like, and
yeah,
you know,
like my schedule's pretty hectic as is, so it kind of gets a little difficult for me to actually have a day of rest, because I'm either working or taking care of my kid. And even though my kid's now 9, she's still a handful. She's hyperactive, and it's like, admittedly, I'm not going to say she's a bad kid. She is wonderful. She is very well behaved. So I'm very happy with that, but it's a lot of work still.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's what most kids are, you know, like whether they're good or bad, like they still got energy, and it's kind of just like, and you got to remember when we were kids, we were probably all the same, all like hyped up energy, and our parents are just like, oh my god.
I was born in '88, so my parents' way of kind of getting rid of my energy was, hey, you're full of energy, go outside.
Yeah, that's pretty much
As was
pretty much
everybody
for me.
else, wasn't it?
Well,
Not
it was
anymore.
Not anymore. It's like, oh, you're full of energy. Go play Fortnite.
Yeah.
That's
what
going to make it much
nowadays.
better.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, god damn.
But it'd be even like, oh, you're full of energy and you don't really want to play in the backyard? All right, go out front. Go do what you want to do. Go over to your friend's house, whatever. Just be back by 6 for dinner. And it's like, all right. Just go off with no way of my parents being able to contact me or anything. If I went missing, they wouldn't know until after 6.
Yeah, it's like simpler times. It's just like,
simpler.
just be sure to be home by this time. Okay. It's like,
But if you were 1 minute behind that time, so help you.
yeah. Where have you been? It's like,
It's 6 o'clock. No, it is 6 o'clock and 30 seconds. You're 30 seconds late.
no dessert for you. Oh.
Yeah.
Exactly that hashtag simple life. But to this day, I still apologize to my mum and my dad and my grandparents and just all my family. Like, I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass child. I've come to realize that being now almost in my 30s, I was a shit child, so I apologize.
You know, I have actually never had to, because my brother was a nightmare child.
Yeah.
And I stayed out of his way, so I basically stayed quiet and I basically just played video games, or I was outside and out of their hair. They never had to worry about me.
Yeah.
Except for like the few times where I finally snapped and beat the crap out of my brother.
Well, there you go.
As everyone normally does. Well,
Yeah, that's what you do with siblings. So yes. Kippy's in the chat. Hello, Kippy. How are you?
There, Kippy.
Hey, Kippy.
as I've come to realize, I was a pretty mad child too. I think we've all had our, days.
There
when it
is
comes to
always
being
a
kid.
mad child in the family. If you don't know who it is, it was you.
Yeah. Well, it was me because I'm the only child, so it
Yeah,
has
so-
to be me. So it's like, I wasn't a man. Look, oh.
Just look around going, oh yeah, there is one in every family. Oh wait.
Oh, wait.
Damn it!
That's me. Yeah, damn my life. So, hey, Kippy, good to see you, buddy. So, moving on from, let's say we got to know a little bit about Asmodan doing the streaming when he started playing his games and then getting onto Twitch, knowing what Twitch was about and where he is now. So, let's talk a bit about your games. What is... You say Scars of Arcadia is one of your all-time favorites, but is it your number one all-time favorite, or
It
do
is
you
my
have something?
number one all-time favorite. I have, I'm trying to collect as much as possible that I can for it. Like, admittedly, I've only really just started getting into getting collectibles, but I managed to get my hands on a $500 limited edition music box. That it's a full glass music box with metal legs, and it plays the intro song. And there's a collectible statue that's coming out soon that I'm hyped for. And actually, funny enough, after we got off the call last night, someone posted for the statue, the exclusive statue nonetheless.
Ooh, exclusive.
Of the main character of that game onto a buy and trade, and I'm like, I literally put in right away, I'd be interested in buying it. I'm hoping that I'll get a chance to, but it's just, I'm so excited for that.
This is after the call, you just see that, you're just like, you just immediately, I could just see this is what Asma was doing. Bye.
I need
typing on
help.
my
I
keyboard.
need to get rid of. I need to get off. Come on. Oh yeah, say goodbye now. Gotta go on that website.
I'll go and I'll pay fork out my credit card for this. It's fine. I'll go in the red. Doesn't matter.
That took you a while,
I'll
didn't it,
pay
buddy?
$800 for that statue
Jesus.
without a second thought.
God.
That is dedication, there, ladies and gentlemen.
That's dedication, but just be careful. That's all I gotta say. Yeah. Oh dear. So, okay, Skies of Arcadia is your number one favorite game. Do you have a game that you do not like? You've tried and you're just like, this is the worst game I've ever played. Why the hell did I play it?
Sonic. I'm just kidding. Actually,
Well,
really
it
like
depends, really, because
It depends when you think about it.
The one I hate the most. I don't actually. It's really hard because I don't really have a game I absolutely hate. Because even the really hard broken games, I love them for the challenge. Because I was like, oh well, what's a game I really was really annoyed at? I'm like, all right, well there was Zool, but I'm like, actually no, I really loved Zool. Andy, what do you think of Zool?
I was gonna say you love it. You love it. You love it now, seeing as you made me had to play it.
I mean, I always loved it. I mean, to be fair, you got to the music one, which is the second world, right?
Yeah.
I got to the toy world, which I think is world 4. So, and I played it every single day, trying to beat that because I just loved the challenge that came with it. But I think...
Is it really a challenge or is it just broken?
There's a difference between being challenging and a game being completely, utterly broken.
It wasn't broken because its mechanics worked. The hard part about it was the fact that they took what was the original game on one of the Sega consoles and they just zoomed it in the camera to 25% of what the previous screen was. So it made one of the power-ups you could pick up completely useless because it's kill everything on screen, but you barely have a screen.
You barely have a screen for everything, so it's well, that's great.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think the one that there are two genres that it's very rare that I actually enjoy them that much, which would be sports games and racing games. Now there are exceptions though, like Mario Kart I enjoy because there's a little bit more than just racing and making those turns, right? But with sports games, I've played hockey. I actually buy a hockey game probably once every 10 years. So I have 3 of them. And like I love playing them, but it's like I'll get 4 or 5 games in. I'm like, all right, well, I found the trick to score. I'm winning every game about 20 to nothing or 20 to 2.
I've won 15 Stanley Cups back to back to back to back to back to back, etc.
It's a shame his team hasn't done that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But,
Sorry, I had to do that. I'm very sorry. I had to.
Rude. That's all I gotta say. Anyway.
But yeah, no, I mean, I guess it's just the very simple, repetitive nature of the game because, I mean, especially with the sports games, I tend to play hockey, and it's just there is a trick to basically get a guaranteed goal in every single game. And up until I think it was like the 95 and the 2005 both had it where you literally come across one side, you cut across to the other side, but just as you're passing the goalie who moves from one side of the net to the other, you literally just turn back and shoot immediately, and it's going right into an empty net.
No.
That sounds like a broken game.
But that was all hockey games pre 2005.
Yeah, and then EA Sports were like, "Oh, we should probably fix that."
Yeah, I mean, when I think I played the 2012 version as well, and I mean, it still had one where it was like you kind of did a very similar setup, but they had like a trick shot that allowed you to like spin and shoot really quickly.
Oh, okay.
But it worked about 85 to 90% of the time. So it was still ridiculously high.
Well, any advantage, really, isn't it?
Yeah. So I've never really enjoyed too many sports games or racing games like that.
I see your point, though, about the sports games, about maybe getting one every 10 years, because I love playing FIFA, but I just feel like, although, Andy, you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, but it just seems like every single FIFA that comes out, there's just a tiny tweak to it, but aside from that, nothing's majorly changed.
Oh,
like,
yeah. No, they...
I could probably play FIFA 2015, and it will be probably the exact same thing as 2021. Just like with a few tweak differences.
Well, yeah, there's some things that they have changed, like, you know, like for this 2021 that's come out now, they've done like some, like, I don't know if it's changes to the game or not. People say, like, I've seen like the controlling is a little bit different, which is like okay, but you know the graphic wise it looks the same. The whole aspect style of like say career mode, there's different things that they've added it, or they brought back because they brought back live sim now, which is like it's like a football manager like type thing where you just see all these like colored dots or like on a pitch, and then there's like the little white dot which is the ball, and then you just see them like moving around and kicking it, and you can jump in straight into the game. Like let's say your team's losing 2-1 and your team's got the ball and is going to the opposition goal, you can press, okay, I'm going to jump in, and you press jump in, and it will just get you to that exact same part of where that was going, just so you can run in and score the goal. So they got that, which is pretty cool, because they had that back in the previous FIFA games, like back in the day, and now they're bringing it back, which is great. But for actual game mechanics, I don't know if anything's changed or not. I
can definitely point out something that has been a very big controversy over the last 2 years coming up, and it goes along both Madden and FIFA that I know two definite examples. So I'll go with Madden because there's only one example on there, which is when they went from Madden 19 to Madden 20.
Yeah.
It was such a copy and paste that they forgot to change the Madden 19 to Madden 20 on the taskbar icon, and also on the stands. They forgot to change it. It was literally just copy, paste, and update roster. Now, the worst one.
That is laziness at its finest.
No. That's not even the worst.
Oh,
the worst is FIFA 21, which is for the Switch.
Oh, yes.
The Legacy Edition.
Yeah.
So this one...
You tell this.
They have... I'm not even kidding you. If you look on the store, it will actually say in the fine print, the mechanics and features have had no major changes in compared to FIFA 20 Legacy. And then if you go to FIFA 20 Legacy, it says the exact same thing about FIFA 19 Legacy. So
pretty much the same game, just updated roster.
Yeah, it's identical games. There has been zero changes in graphics, in mechanics. Nothing has changed other than the roster between FIFA 19 Legacy, FIFA 20 Legacy, and FIFA 21 Legacy. So if any of you are thinking of getting the FIFA 21 Legacy, don't. Buy FIFA 19. You can get it for like $17.
It
Yeah,
was extra $17, so you get a Champions League. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean it'll be an outdated roster, but it'll be the same game as if you were playing FIFA 21. So
absolutely identical.
You save money there.
Yeah.
Or just buy FIFA 21 on PS4, Xbox One, PC, or down the line PS5 or the Xbox Series X, which we'll probably talk about a little bit later on in the show.
But I very much don't like the whole like copy paste. It's like, oh yeah, they will buy a brand new game for this while also emptying their bank accounts. It's just like, well, no. So I've very much always been very off-put by a lot of the like loot box aspect that they decided to shoehorn into it. But definitely with the general thing, it's like I can respect the general game as an entertaining game as long as they keep making improvements, because like while it wasn't my style of game, I bought them again in about 10-year increments because I still enjoyed playing them occasionally.
Yeah.
And FIFA,
if you're spending £50 though for a game, you want to sort of be updated, like completely separate from what you previously had. Otherwise, you're just paying £50 for what is essentially a DLC.
Exactly, or even a patch.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that they could have definitely done in terms of what it should be, have it so have it in a season, kind of like how Diablo does, where it's like that way you keep all your loot box stuff, you keep everything, and literally you just have records of like, oh hey, in this season, which lasted the full year, you have accrued this many cups, you've won this many games, and like just give you the basic stats for the season, right? And then they update it with a new roster and everything. Give DLC stuff and maybe even just have a small like $5 patch for updated roster every year, right? And yeah, like obviously it's going to be really annoying for the game companies because obviously they're going to be losing a bunch of money on that. But in reality, they don't have to build the game up every single time. Instead, they just update the rosters, change the numbers, retire some people, and like bring in the new players, and it's maybe a 5-month job of like actually programming it in.
I like that idea actually. So like for example, FIFA, just call it FIFA World for example, and it's just going to be every year, for $5. It's the 21-22 edition with up-to-date latest signings and, like you said, rosters. But if they want to keep if they don't want to pay $5, then they just keep the same game they have, and only bring out the next FIFA World when there's actually nothing majorly added to it.
Yeah, and I mean, in reality, all they have to do is they just release a new version for every console generation.
Yeah.
So it'd be like there'd be a new FIFA World for PS5, and then when the PS6 drops, they'd release another one, and so on and so forth. And that way, they can still get the full price game with essentially the ability to use the new console's technology to its full.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, sports games in and of themselves are very bare basic in terms of size. So they focus a lot more on the little mechanics and the graphics, which is why they're so fine-tuned, or they should be. But yeah, I think that would probably be their best idea, or even have a yearly subscription of like $10 to automatically just get the new roster, get the stuff. And I mean, it even opens them up to have the ability to say, hey, my favorite player retired in, let's say they started this 2 years ago. My favorite player retired in 2019. So, and I now want to play the old team with them, right? You can literally go back, bring that character back into the game, and kind of play a fantasy game, right? Where it's like, hey, what would 2019? I mean, I don't actually follow FIFA too much, but give me a team.
Man United.
Of course, you were going to say that.
You will go for Pompey.
No, I was going to go for other Premier League team. I wasn't going to be like, oh, Pompey is like, Pompey's my favourite team. But, I was going to go for, say, like Arsenal or something like that.
I actually missed what James said.
Ignore what James said. No,
Man
United.
All I heard was United.
Man United. Manchester United.
Manchester United. So let's say you want to see, let's have Manchester United 2019 play Manchester United 2020 or 2021. See which one would kind of win. And like have the AI play it. See what the AI would think, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have those kind of set up, and like let's say 10 years down the road, right? Like you're able to do FIFA 2021 versus or like Manchester 2021 versus Manchester 2029. Like that would be a huge difference, probably an almost entirely different roster, right?
Yeah, but the result will still be the same. Man U will still be utter shambles.
Yeah, but it would also like the different stats and everything of the character or the players would be kind of varying up everything. So it'd be a very interesting idea for them to do that.
Would be, but then it's just a case of just like
they just lose money, wouldn't they, all the time?
Yeah, with how they're making sales with the full game, they'd just be like, yes, that would be a good idea to appease the fans, but at the same time, profit.
We need money.
We need money, so they probably won't do something like that. Maybe sometime in the future where they're just like, yes, we will do something like this. Then
I think one of the only ways for them to get out of the constant legal issues that they're now having with their loot boxes and still be able to make decent money is if they did this, then when they do the what's the promo called, like the Ultimate Team?
Ultimate Team, yeah, that's it.
So in Ultimate Team, instead of having loot boxes, which admittedly rake them in thousands of dollars, but is literally getting them banned in countries now.
Yeah.
Have it so it is a purchase system. So it's like this player who is considered one of the best is worth 500 ultimate points.
Yeah.
And each, like 10 ultimate points equals 10 cents or something. So it's like $5 for the player if you just want to get them outright, or you can play to earn it, and you earn like 5 per game that you play. That way, everything's not restricted behind a paywall. But for the people who just want to go in and have a bit of fun because they don't have the time to play it all the time, get their chance to go in and like they are able to earn money that way.
Yeah, again, it's a pretty good concept idea on that. Also, hello to Shan Can, who is just tuning in into the chat. Welcome to the Tally Ho Show. Good to have you here. And Kippy's mouse just came in. Woo!
Woo!
Hype on that indeed. And but yeah,
I think that was pretty good. So you guys ready? Shall we get on with the questions?
Yeah, I think we should get on and do the topics and stuff.
For my random tangent rant.
Here, you were saying like, oh, you know, probably not gonna say as much. You just went, boom! You just like gave us so much information.
Ham.
You went ham, so it's like this will probably be a 4-hour podcast, guys. Get ready. No, it's like in a good way. It's gonna be ready.
Be ready for 4 hours of absolute bliss.
My goodness. And waterproof Bubbles is here as well. Okay, I think you guys are pretty cool.
Bubbles.
I think
Hey, we're
around.
cool. There you are. My mum would be so proud of me. Hi, I'm cool.
Yeah, Mom, someone on the internet said I'm cool. That's nice, dear. Exactly.
Now get back to the basement.
Yeah, get back to the basement where you belong. It's like, okay. It's so nice to scroll wheel again. Oh, I bet, Kippy, I bet. Steak. Waterproof bubbles, how? Yeah, that's a good question. How are bubbles? Well, yeah, no, I think when you think about it, logically, waterproof bubbles.
I mean, think about it. In a bubble, on the very inside, if something's inside a bubble, can it ever get wet?
Very true. Very true.
No. I don't want to do philosophy. My head already hurts.
My head is exploding with, oh my god, mind blown. Yeah, exactly, Shan. Kippy's like, Asmo is cool, James is cool, Candy is, I guess. Oh, thanks, Kippy. Thanks.
And
But
that,
just to be
Kippy,
clear-
is why you're always allowed on this show.
Oh god. Waterproof Bubble says, just to be clear, you're cool because you have Asmo on. Ah, fair enough. But that's it. So we're only going to be cool for just this one show, and that's it.
That's
it.
all I need.
You know what? Perfect. You know what? Oh man, because episode 17 is going to be Halloween, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
We'll be the Halloween special, but we should call it. I think episode 18. I got the name of the show. The We Used to Be Cool show.
He used to be cool. No, we didn't.
The We Used to Be Cool show. Perfect. We got the episode name ready for episode 18. So. Good
So
stuff.
are you going to explain the title for this episode?
Oh yeah, I have miscalculated this show because when we were
Yeah, go ahead,
talking
Andy. Explain.
yesterday, we were talking yesterday, or people listening into the podcast, October 16th, 2020. We were going through the discussion of the show and talking about some ideas and stuff, and it was kind of like Asmo and James were they were just pretty much trying to pick on me. Pretty much, I was bullied. Bullied.
We were not bullying you. Bullying would have been a lot harder. You were just easy pickings.
It was just easy
Pretty much.
pickings, apparently. And they saw me on the
friendly ribbing.
Friendly ribbing.
Friendly
indeed.
ribbing. It was banter. Banter, mate. Great banter. I love how he says bully. Bully.
Bully.
He's
Bully.
just a big bully. Bully. He's a big bully, mate. Big bully. And so we have our cameras on, and I'm just there with my head in my hand, just going, oh my god. And James was like, you're thinking to yourself, I may have miscalculated this. And then James is like, that's the name of the show. I'm like, oh Christ. So yes, welcome to this is what I say, I may have miscalculated this show, because anything can happen. Oh dear God.
I mean, what were you thinking what was going to happen when you invite one of your biggest trolls onto the podcast?
That maybe you would be a troll and we'll have a merry old time, but maybe not.
And there lies the problem right there. I
There
didn't
lies
think
the
about
problem. There we go. Every time Waterproof Bubble says I show up, people get into chats about how a bubble can be waterproof. That's the thing. Perfect. You spark up a conversation, Waterproof. That's great. That's the perfect.
That is fantastic.
Perfect.
I love that so
Gotta
much.
love it when you have that. Absolutely. Let's get on with some topics now. Starting off with my topic. So what we're going to do is we're going to have my topic first, followed by James's topic after we do our mini segment, and then we got Asmo's topic as well. So for my topic, because we all know we got the next gen consoles coming out, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X. People are hyped for it. People are like, and people in between. I'm in between. I'm like, cool, we're gonna have new consoles, but I don't have, I haven't watched the PS5 event. I missed that, but I've seen like things about the PS5 and the Xbox, and it's kind of like sparked my interest a bit. But I'm on the fence. I'm probably not gonna get one, and maybe the new console until like say next year, maybe. I'm not too sure, but it's kind of like we're getting like enough information that people are having some good discussions about it, and who we think is going to be the the console champion of this next generation. So for my topic, it's going to be PS5 and Xbox Series X. What do we think so far? So from all the information that we have been gathered so far from Sony and Microsoft on what we're going to be getting, let's have a discussion about it. And guys in the chat, feel free to discuss as well. We will be reading out the messages. If you have anything to talk about the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series X and how you think about, both consoles, let us know and we'll talk about it. So yes, indeed. And Edge has just popped in, walks in through the front door and politely closes it.
Edge, good to see you,
Edge.
man. Take a seat, get a nice cup of tea, as everyone else should be doing in the stream right now. Have a nice cup of drink and relax.
And Shan's like, runs into the door full speed. Edge politely closes it, and then Shan's like, slam.
Whack!
Well done, Edge. Shan just hit the head on the door. Good job. Now you got to call 911 for a suspected concussion. Let's start things off with James. What are your thoughts on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X?
Okay, I didn't actually see the Xbox. I didn't actually see the Xbox. You know what? Sorry. I'm going to call it Xbox because I'm very sorry. This is the one thing that irritates me about Xbox and PS5, PlayStation. PlayStation, when they get a new console, they do what is logical. PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5. Nice numeric order going. But what do Xbox do? Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Xbox... Where are they coming up with these names? It makes no sense. I really don't understand why. I don't understand why PS5 have just taken the normal route and gone, yeah, it's a... What's this, our 5th generation console? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so what are we going to call it? PlayStation 5? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like normal people would think. Xbox, the Xbox people, I can just think, must be sniffing something and go, right, so what should we call the next one? Right, I got a good one. How about the Series X? You mean the Xbox Series X? You know how much of a tongue twister that is? Don't care, we're putting it on there. Alright, so it is. Xbox Series X.
You're the boss.
You're the boss. You're the boss, Bob. But
yeah, you're the boss.
I didn't actually see the Xbox's reveal, so I wasn't too certain on what it is. But I watched the PS5 one, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to what they've got. There's a couple of good games in there that I think are pretty decent. To be honest, though, I am a PlayStation man all the way through, so I have to say, at the moment, even with the price tags, I will be leaning more towards getting the PS5, unless something really throws up for Xbox. Well, I may consider going that side, but for me, I'm staying on the PlayStation side for now.
What about you, Asmo?
Well, before I kind of go into my opinion, I did want to go back on something James said before, which was the naming scheme.
Yeah.
They initially did have a idea to have it consistent because it was supposed to be the Xbox 360. Then they were going to have the Xbox 720.
Yeah.
But the PR was so bad with that, they had to change the name. Because there was if you Googled Xbox 720, it was all about how the PR person was basically saying, well, if you don't want to play online, play the Xbox 360, but don't play it because it's a piece of shit. It's like the guy got fired because he was bad-mouthing his own console.
Wow.
That's a
they had to
surefire way
change
to
the
get
name.
fired right there and then.
Damn, son.
But so now, it's just nonsensical. But personally, when it comes to the difference between PS5 and Xbox Series X, I'm going for the PS5 for one simple reason. The Xbox is a pointless console because every single game you can get on the Xbox, you can buy on PC, and it will be better on the PC.
you know, when you have like the latest specs and everything, it'll be like the
Yeah,
Xbox
not-
Series X. You can almost get 4K graphics on this. PC, well, if you have a 4K monitor already, you can have ultra 4K.
PC thinking,
Yeah.
wait, you guys are still using 4K? We're on 8 at the moment. In fact, we're moving on to 16 next month.
We're on to 16K, baby. Let's go.
And not only that, you can mod the games. You really enjoyed a game, you want to
Yes.
like have a newer experience, you go out, you find a mod, and you put it in, and you just play the game again with this new quirky mod that changes the game entirely, and it's almost like a brand new experience.
Wasn't
So
that...
what's the point of a console that quite literally has made itself useless?
I mean, thinking about it in a console, like for console aspects, there's probably people that might not have or cannot afford a high-tech PC that can be able to play like these types of games. You know, so I can get that. It's like, but I know where people will be like, well, just buy a new PC. It'll be the same price in a way as the Xbox, or, you know, get some extra specs, same price as the Xbox. Like, yeah.
I mean, I'll put it this way. I'm using Canadian currency at this one. The
Sure.
Xbox Series X is going to be $600 before tax Canadian. You can buy a moderately decent gaming PC custom built for $700.
It's true. It's very true. But I think there's going to be people that might not want to play PC. That's just what I think. I think there are some people out there that are big on Xbox, and they, you know, like they go, what's the point in having a PC where I can just play on the Xbox and stuff? So I think it's just catering to that audience in a way.
And if Xbox doesn't do anything, then PS5 pretty much takes the whole home console.
The whole console race by
war.
storm.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then that'll be it.
I know Nintendo's kind of not been a huge thing. I still say Nintendo is still one of the big companies, especially when you look at sales of Switch.
To be honest,
yeah.
I think that's what I love the most about Nintendo, because you do have you have Sony and you have Microsoft. All they will do is compete about who's got the better graphics card, who's got the better processors, who's got the better like screen wise, and then you got Nintendo on the other side going, hey, have you ever thought about, hey, how about a console that you can take with you on the go? Never thought of that.
Or you know what? One of the biggest innovations that Nintendo did that I was absolutely mind blown about was the fact of 3D without glasses. When they did the
3D?
Nintendo.
Nintendo
3DS.
Yeah.
You don't need glasses, and you actually get to see the game in full 3D, and it's such a weird concept. Like, admittedly, yes, it has a lot to do with just like using the camera to see where your face is, lining up your eyes, and lining it up properly. But it's still an amazing technology to have.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like, I tried it, the 3DS. I mean, I love the 3DS. The 3DS is great. I just didn't really use the 3D a whole lot. But what I did, it was like, wow, that actually does work. And they did a really good job of it. But, you know, but when the 2DS XL came out, I was like, cool, I'll have a 2DS XL. Because honestly, like, I'd much rather just play, like, the 3DS games just in 2D. But for people that loved the 3DS, the 3D aspect, worked wonders. And it was such a good console. I can see, people say like, oh, if Microsoft pull out of the console race, you know, PS4, Sony, PlayStation is going to be supreme. But Nintendo are still like one of the big... Nintendo is one of the big console makers, but there's not really a whole lot of competition between Nintendo and Sony, to be honest. It would just be like, we're making our stuff. I mean, you think of it in a way, it's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, because the bad thing is if Microsoft pulls out of the console race, then PS5 will be supreme. There's not really any like other competition unless another big company comes in and makes a console to try and challenge for player.
And I suppose that kind of keeps them on their toes a bit.
What?
Yeah.
You don't think that Google Stadia is a competing console?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Google Stadia. My bad. Yeah, that's the next revolutionary console right there, ladies and gentlemen.
I couldn't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, you tried.
I know.
I'm trying my best also.
That point out though, some people keyboard and mouse illiterate, and some have been sucking the controller out of the room. Which, I'm gonna be honest, that's a very, very weird birth. And it's a boy. It's a boy. Nope. Sorry. It's a controller.
It's a boy. No, wait, sorry. It's an N64 controller. Man, no wonder that was awkward for you to push.
I mean,
oh, jeez, because
even
imagine
in terms of
Dreamcast
that,
going
though,
through.
But I mean, even in terms of that coming through, though, is the fact of you can plug in your Xbox controller into your PC and use it. Same with your PS4 controller. Like, you can use controllers on a PC.
To be honest, that has
true.
helped me massively. I had to get a new controller because the wires are almost broken.
Yeah, in a way that does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you know, and because Xbox, you know, the Microsoft Store is now becoming more of like the Xbox Store, so you can be able to play Xbox games on your PC. Yeah, it kind of works. I can see why Microsoft did that because it's like, you know, you can be able to play Xbox games on your PC. It just helps like broaden the horizons or a bit, you know, increase the amount of players that will play their games. So,
but is it going to be enough to beat Steam? Because they have set the bar pretty damn high with games.
The thing is, like, Microsoft have teamed up with Steam, so Xbox games are on Steam. So it's not really like they're gonna like challenge them because you've got freaking Halo, Sea of Thieves, all that stuff, all on Steam. It's on the Microsoft Store, but it's on Steam as well. So they pretty much like partnered up with them. So I can see like the partnership between Microsoft and Steam being a thing in the future, which would be great. Waterproof Bubbles says 3D ended up draining the battery a lot. That is true with the 3DS. The battery did drain a whole lot when you used the 3D. So I think that's probably why
That's why they brought in the 2DS though, wasn't it? Because it
Yeah,
was drained the
to
battery,
reduce it.
and people were complaining that they were getting headaches for the 3DS.
Yeah,
Actually, another little fun thing was that the 3D aspect of the 3DS actually helped diagnose people with a medical condition where they actually cannot perceive 3D, which was really interesting to see.
Oh,
Huh.
that's actually
See, and the 3DS helped people find out if they had an illness. Perfect. See, it was a good console in many other ways. Kippy says Nintendo Sony appeal to different audiences. Yeah, that as well. That's the thing. Like, I think friendly competition is always important, but if Microsoft pulled out of the console race and PS5 was the supreme HD console, you know, they would be able to do stuff they would want to do, and they wouldn't care because people will buy a console anyway because no one else is challenging us for a race, and you know, Nintendo wouldn't care. They'll just be like, we're doing our thing, you know, we're still making money, we're not challenging. We did that back in the day, and never again.
We are not coming through that shit again.
I mean, if you really look at it in the long run, Nintendo's been around for over 130 years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're not going anywhere.
No.
They're not going anywhere. No. They've been an entertainment company like for a very, very long time. Not just for game consoles, for other things as well. So.
They were founded September 23rd, 1889.
Mm-hmm.
So
pretty much.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They have so much. They're just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
you want to compete against us? Sure, come on in.
They're
like a friendly grandpa. They're like, come, let me show you the ropes.
Yeah, exactly.
I can imagine PlayStation and Xbox having a go at each other, essentially going, yeah, well, we've got years of experience on our side, and just Nintendo sitting in the background going, amateurs. No idea what it's like to have years of experience.
That's exactly that.
Stroking a cat in the background as well.
Yeah, like a true Bond villain.
Absolutely. Nintendo could rule the world if it wanted to.
So we're saying Nintendo is a bad guy, is a bad company.
Good evening, Mr. Microsoft.
I have been expecting you.
No,
my God.
Secret Agent PS5.
I expect you to die.
No, surely if I was for the Xbox, the Xbox would be going, do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Xbox, I expect you to ring light of death.
Yeah, Christ. Oh, Jesus, yeah, that's the worst. Do you remember
that
back in the day?
I was gonna say, did anybody actually get the ring, the red ring of death?
No, I didn't.
I never bought an Xbox.
I had an Xbox, so I bought it where after that happened and they fixed it, and I was like, okay, I'm good. Now I'm gonna buy one. Waterproof Bubbles is like, my friend did. Oh,
I've had it once. Yeah, there we go. Everyone's coming out now going, yeah, that was me, guys.
That was me. Shan's like, Nintendo's the creepy uncle.
Oh, the creepy uncle
God.
that you have to.
You know you have to love and go visit, but you don't want to.
No, you're trying to do everything you can to get out of the visit.
Opens the door. Here comes Uncle Nintendo. Hello. Oh no.
Why did you give him that voice?
I don't know.
Is that what
I just thought of a creepy voice.
Is that what a
and
creepy
was it.
uncle sounds like? Oh, hello there.
I mean, it could end up sounding like Gollum.
Oh god.
Oh god, yeah. Probably still holding on to Super Mario 64 going, my precious.
No. Let's do it right.
My precious, you stole it from us.
I'm out! That was too good. I can't compete with
Yeah.
that. You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? That was too good. You deserve this.
It was
No,
one of
you
my
definitely deserve
best
that.
imitations.
Oh my god. Yeah, Kippy's like, PogChamp, my god. Shannon's like, I don't want a mom. Also, going back to like birthing a controller, like Kippy's like, I'm not a man or woman, I'm a SNES controller. One thing I was gonna say is like, what is it? Is it a boy? Is it a girl? Nope. You have just given birth to a bouncing baby blast processing Sega Genesis.
I just want to point out, Bubbles is like, your precious is in another castle.
Oh, you go do that voice. You go try and do that voice.
Your precious is in another castle.
Christ.
Oh! Oh, this is brilliant. I love this. I am loving. This is why I love this show.
Because of random stuff like this. By God.
I just say, all I say now is, all I say, Dad, is that I might need to speak to you after this because I might have a new jingle for us, and I might need your help with it.
Oh
No
my God.
Become part of the Tally Ho legend by killing yourself as a jingle.
As a jingle. There you go.
I mean, that's actually not a hard voice to do on the throat.
I'm surprised that it's not really for you.
I have a harder time doing like a deeper voice than I do doing that.
Wow.
Wow.
Or not a deeper, like a more of a growling voice. Like that has that really deep like rumble to it.
Interesting.
But,
God. The man of many voices here, Mr. Asmodan right here. Or the man of the voice we've got of Gollum.
I
So
mean,
there's
I
a new
can do
Lord of the
Donald
Rings
Duck
movie.
as well.
Oh, okay, let's hear it. If you ever wanted to hear Donald Duck swear, you just heard it today.
I do realise now, I do kind of think we should have just renamed this show the Man of 1,000 Voices show.
You could probably. It might have to be. We might have to change this on the fly, guys. even though it's stuck now, we'll keep it to our Mayhem Miscalculated show. When we bring back Asmodan, I'm sure we'll bring back Asmodan to the future show. We'll call it the Man of Many Voices because now we know he's the Man of Many Voices.
There we go. I may have miscalculated this show. We may have miscalculated this name.
Yeah, exactly. Now, yeah, that's it. May have miscalculated this name. It all makes sense now. Oh, goodness. Let's get ready to rumble.
Well.
Shan says, oh, my God. Christ. So, we talked a bit about the Xbox Series X. Let's talk about more about the PS5. What do you guys think about it? Like, I think, for me, them bringing out a version with you can play physical copy discs and a digital version. I don't know. I think they did. Did they confirm that they're going to be making physical copies of games for the PS5, or is it only solely just for the PS4 games? That
No, I think
physical
it is.
copies.
Yeah.
Physical copies. Okay, because it was kind of just like if it was only going to be for like just for playing PS4 games, I would have just gotten the digital version because it's like, what's the point? Because it was like, oh cool, backwards compatibility with the PS4, that's great. And then Sony's just like, yes, it will only play a certain amount of PS4 games, but over the years we'll update it to add more titles. And I'm like, well,
Actually,
there's no freaking point in me selling my PS4.
They said
I
that
actually-
last
I got an
time, but I'm
update on
still
that.
waiting for them to bring
Oh.
some PS2 games onto the PS4.
So they've actually released the number and the titles of the games that will not be able to be played on day one for the PS5, and it's 10 games.
Oh.
just 10, and they're
Just
not
10?
even like I've read all of them, and I'm like, I have not heard of a single one of these games.
That's pretty good.
Interesting. Okay.
Because normally they say, when they bring up and say, we're going to do backwards compatibility, but without these games. And normally these are the big major titles that you remember. Like what they did with the PS3, when they brought it out and said, we can't do backwards compatibility for these games. And there were loads there that sort of made the PS2 what it was today.
Yeah, but I mean, the biggest issue that they're having when it comes to PlayStation backwards compatibility is the digital infrastructure, like the setup of the programming for the games and also the hardware between PS1, PS2, PS3, and PS4. They're all drastically different from each other, which made it very hard for, like, the PS3 had to essentially boot up not only the game for PS2, but also the software to run it. They had to emulate the full console, which made it very difficult and very hard on the system. But with PS5, the core digital infrastructure is very similar, so they're not having any of that issues anymore.
Are they using nanotech in the PS5? That's what I heard.
They've updated the system, but the way that things are still written is very similar. The way that the information is still kind of laid out and access is very similar still.
Yeah.
So it's very much a, okay, we just need a slight tweak on, okay, it's this codec rather than this one, rather than, hey, let's boot up we have to boot up this emulator on our console to emulate another console to play this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Because essentially that's what the PS3 had to do. It had to run an emulator and run the game at the same time.
Unless you had the first original PS3, which actually had the hardware for PS2, which allowed it to, play games with no issues. Because if you got the later versions of the original PS3, then it was emulated, and then there was issues. So,
I had the early ones. Unfortunately, the early ones were also very prone to yellow lighting, which is probably because of the PS2 hardware.
Yeah, that's probably the reason. But it's kind of like I'm kind of on the fence, of getting I'll probably get the one with because I want to buy physical copies of games. I probably might try and play a PS4 game on the PS5 to see if it works. But it's kind of with the digital infrastructure of it. I'm just worried that there's going to be bad glitches or the game just won't run properly or something like that. That's what I'm always usually worried about. So I'll probably keep my PS4 for now, unless things are at least it verily improves the game. Then I'll be okay, maybe I'll just sell the PS4 and then just.
They did say that a lot of the basic stuff is if the game is not frame capped, the loading speeds will be literally almost instant on any PS4 game because they'll have a lot of the boosts, like how the PS4 Pro does for the normal PS4 games.
Oh, okay.
But it's going to be at such a level that. Here's a great example. They said if you're going to play the Marvel Spider-Man on the PS5, you actually have to turn on an option to still get the loading screen, little quirks where he's in the Skytrain or on the train.
Because it'll just be
it'll just be too damn fast.
It's just instant.
Damn. That's crazy when you think about it.
To be honest, we have definitely advanced to the point where we do not have any loading screens because God knows what happened a few years ago where it was 5 minutes just to load up a game.
Yeah, remember when back in the day, the last console I think where we didn't have any loading screens was the Nintendo 64 because it didn't even have any goddamn loading screens.
Depended on the game, but yes, for the most part, it didn't have.
For the most part, it was just straight in, which was always nice.
Yeah,
but the one thing that which is is always good to see that it's going to have backwards compatibility. The one thing that I noticed as well from Sony, which I think a lot of people didn't really like, was the fact that if you have a PS4 version of the game. I heard there was a story that Spider-Man Miles Morales, if you get it on PS4, you can get you can upgrade it to the PS5, and get all your save data sent from the PS4 to PS5, but you have to pay a fee. Like there was like some games that require you to pay a certain fee to have everything be like moved from one console to the other, which sparked outrage. And then Microsoft, Xbox will come in and jokingly said like, yes, we'll do the same thing, but it will be free. It's kind of like,
But that was the same thing of with the prices. Nobody wanted to drop what price their consoles could be first, because the other console could just say, oh, well, in that case, then ours is cheaper. And then boost it up there in production. Because there was ages when both consoles were like, yes, we have a new place, we have the new consoles coming out. Fantastic. Well, how much is it? Well, let me tell you this. It's got these fantastic specs. It looks amazing. Okay, but how much does it cost? Well, also, look at these games. Just tell us a goddamn price. No. Not until that fucker tells us otherwise.
yeah.
So with that actually was not the like certain things were not doing save transfers, but for the most part, what they were meaning by the fee for transferring the saves over, that was you needed to have the PlayStation Plus, not like pay an extra fee on top of that as well.
Oh, okay then.
Ah, right, yeah, because from the news article I read, it was like you had to pay an extra fee. Because I'm thinking, if you have PS Plus and then you have to pay an extra fee for that, that's bollocks.
Yeah, no, they didn't. They had to clarify that after the fact.
Oh,
or at least
thank
that's
God.
what I've read. It's that they clarified it after the fact. That's a PlayStation Plus that allows you to transfer the saves over. But when it comes down to like upgrading games, it's up to the actual game company, like let's say it was Witcher 3. It's up to CD Projekt Red to determine how it gets upgraded. Which, by the way, CD Projekt Red has already confirmed any game purchased on the PS4 that's getting a new version on the PS5 upgrades for free.
Perfect. You gotta love it when that happens.
I
You gotta
love
game
CD
companies,
Projekt Red. They are so customer friendly. Like they're so friendly to all their consumers that they just like, yeah, you want that? Sure, go ahead. And we're going to give you all the DLC free.
So there's got to be more game companies like that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like, they care more about the customers rather than the profit. So it's kind of, money's important, but customer service satisfaction is very important also.
So that's
Which
EA
company
out
does,
then.
Call of Duty?
Activision.
So Activision is like, yes, you can upgrade for free if you buy this very expensive version of it. However, you will not be able to upgrade if you have any other version. You have to pay the $200 version.
Yep. It's like...
What about EA though?
EA, because I know they have said, like, if you have FIFA 21 on PS4, Xbox One, I see it when I'm playing FIFA 20. It's like, yeah, get FIFA 21, upgrade to your PS5 Xbox, you'll still have your save data and everything else. But it doesn't say if it costs or if it's free. That's the one thing.
I wouldn't be surprised if they.
I think you're going to have to pay. Yeah, you're going to
I
have to pay.
can see them
it.
doing that.
I
EA
would
have
not
a
be
knack of
surprised.
doing that, though, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
It's the same as the people who made Control, because they're like, oh, the only way that you'll get the free upgrade to PS5 is if you have this, like I think it's the definitive edition or something, like the most recent version, which had all the DLC included into it, right? And they're like, yeah, we can't upgrade. Like this is prepped to be able to go up to PS5. The other ones won't. But the problem was that there were a bunch of people who had the base game and all the DLC that automatically upgrade to that definitive edition. And they're like, hey, I thought you said this was so different. There's no automatic upgrade to PS5, but it's now saying I have this version. And then the next, within 12 hours, they corrected that glitch.
Yes, corrected.
And it's like, yeah, it's not a glitch. It's just you guys are scamming money now.
It's like, Jesus. Yeah, gotta love it when that happens.
But another thing, though, with the PS5 marks the end of special edition PlayStations.
Oh, because it's only just going to be like one thing and that's it.
Well,
no, it's because of the plates are removable And I can definitely see them creating custom plates for almost every single game, like a special Ratchet and Clank plate that you can pop off the typical white ones and just slap on a plate for that has a nice design of Ratchet and Clank.
I mean, as long as it's like a cheaper aspect and they don't cost you freaking an arm and a leg, like just to get the freaking plates, then I'm all for that, to be honest.
I mean, I actually had a like 4 or 5 hour discussion with my buddy Nightmare on my Discord about this, and so essentially what ended up we were coming to is the fact of if, like, when it comes down to the selling special editions, they would obviously have to sell the whole brand new console because you can't remove the exteriors, right? And they would only eat, like, even if I think 50% of the people buy a special edition, it only equals out to something like, I think, $800 million of profit. That's giving every single cent that of the sell price as profit to that. But then when you look at the plates, I calculated it where something like 10% of people buy one plate at $20, it equals out to over $1 billion.
Wow. Yeah, $20 I would say is a pretty reasonable price for like special edition plates.
But what plates
Yeah.
would you get though?
I mean, it depends on the game.
Spyro.
Of course you would get. Of course you would get Spyro, Andy.
I mean, I could see
look,
Spyro, Spider-Man, Ratchet and Clank. If there's a
God of War.
like, God of War, like you name it, like they probably will print out plates for every single game that has a decent selling or is like extremely hyped. They'll go buy this, and you can pay like an extra $10 to get a plate like bundle, right? Or you can buy these plates separate for $20 or something. Right? And it'll end up being this big thing where everybody's console will eventually be, for the most part, unique. But Xbox Series X, it's you're only going to get maybe those 5 or 6 special editions.
Yeah.
But and also with that calculation of like over $1 billion of profit for the plates, that also only includes 10% buying one set of plates. Let's face it, there are collectors who will buy 15, 20, 50, 100 different sets of plates. So
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
And they'll keep it pristine until they decide to sell it, and then give it, like, say 20 to 30 years down the line, PS5 plates they might be selling for like $200 a pop or something.
Yeah,
who knows.
And I mean, another even side thing is they can even release little frames that you can just pop them on and hang them on your wall, because essentially they're a picture, right? So essentially it becomes extra decoration that you can have. They just need to market it well.
That's the fingers crossed, knock on wood, if they do that. And hopefully they market it well. We know like what most game companies do when it comes to marketing. It can always improve. So
I mean, if we're going to talk about really bad marketing, I could easily say my favorite game of all time, Skies of Arcadia. It was great on Dreamcast, but Dreamcast was a dying console back then. Then when they ported it over to the GameCube, it had zero marketing for it. No advertisements, no nothing.
Literally just arrived on the scene and went, hi! Okay, bye.
Yeah, and like the only reason I found out about it was when I was going over to my dad's place for the weekend, we'd always rent a video game. And I was like, all right. And I would just go through the line. I'm like, all right, I played that, I played that, I played that. And I came to Skies. I'm like, oh, this looks pretty interesting. Rented it. Fell in love with it and rented it for a month straight, to the point my dad's like, all right, we're going to find this game and buy it, so you stop fucking renting this.
You probably spent more on renting the game than you actually did buying it in the end.
Yeah, I did. Like, I mean, to be fair, it was 4 weekends rented, so it was a total of, I think, $15, $20 for renting.
Oh yeah, so you spent like $80
Wow.
for
No,
renting
no,
just that game.
no, 15 to 20 total.
Oh wow.
Oh, alright.
And then spend $80 on the actual game.
On the actual game. Oh god. Yeah, when you love a game that much, when you've rented it, you're just like, yeah, I think it's time to,
Yeah,
buy
and
I think.
It's so hard to actually get a hold of it now. Like, even the speedrunning community is like, hey, we know it's hard to get a hold of, so we're accepting emulated runs in the general any percent.
No.
That's good. It's good
Yeah.
that they do that. It's just like, yeah, we'll give you, like, anyone that emulates the game, you can still submit your runs and stuff. So that's always good to know.
Yeah, because usually they're like, all right, well, there's a console version, there's an emulated version, or like a PC version, which is usually emulated, just because of the different load times.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. But I guess we just have to. I guess with regards to our thoughts of PS5 and Xbox Series X, we're not really going to know until it officially comes out, and then that's when the real battle begins.
Exactly.
So,
It's,
yeah.
so shall we go to our conclusions?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
All right, James, PS5 and Xbox Series X, what are your thoughts? And what console are you going to get first, or are you going to get both?
It's going to be an interesting concept for both of them. My money to actually win this generation is going to be the PS5, and on that note, I am going to get it, and I'm going to get the digital version.
Okay, you're not going to get the physical one.
No, I think the digital version would be good for me, especially if I do go away next. I can just take it with me and not have to chug a lot of games with me. It might take ages to actually download the games, but I'd rather have downloadable games kept on my device than because especially when I'm on board, especially when I'm doing my job, my Switch that I had, if it was all the downloadable stuff was fantastic, and I preferred it over losing the risk of losing the actual cartridges itself. But yeah, that's but yeah, PS5 definitely for me, and I'm looking forward to when the PS5 comes out because that is going to be the one I go for.
Fair enough. Asmo, your thoughts?
I'm definitely getting the PS5, and I've actually already pre-ordered it. I lucked out on that.
Oh, well done.
So I
Which
managed
one
to
did you get? Physical or digital?
the physical
Nice.
copy.
Nice.
And actually, that's a funny story in and of itself. But I just kind of stumbled upon it on Amazon without realizing they had released it.
You're like, oh, shifty eyes.
I was like, oh yeah, they're releasing tomorrow. Let's see if they have a placeholder so I can just refresh it at midnight. Go on. Oh look, pre-order done. I'm good.
It's simple, out the way, done, finished. Don't need to worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm definitely getting the PS5. I'm not bothering with the Xbox because, again, I can get everything on my PC, and my PC is a gaming PC, so.
Okay, so that is
fair
2-0 PS5. Addy, are we doing the clean sweep?
My money is going to be on the Google Stadia. Wait, what? Anyway, no, sod that.
I will kick you off the stream.
Hey, wait, I'm the co-host. What are you talking about? You can't kick me out.
Welcome back to the Tally Ho Show with Asmodan and James.
I think that's got a good ring to it, actually. Yeah.
With Asmo and James. There you go. Man, I've been replaced after 16 episodes. It's finally happened. I've been replaced.
It's 15 episodes too long, damn it.
God damn! Wow! You absolute son of a bleep!
Hang on, sorry. Do you want to say that again?
Yeah. You absolute son of a.
Oh yeah.
Thanks.
No worries.
Yeah. Great. Cheers. Kippy's like, you're telling me you're not getting a Virtual Boy? No. Well, maybe one day I'll get the Virtual Boy. Have you seen the prices on that? Holy crap! But yeah, no. Both consoles look very much interesting, to say the least. You know, I'm probably going to get both, but I'm not going to get both like them straight away. I think the first console I will get is going to be the PS5.
Hey, clean sweep.
Clean sweep. I'll probably get the physical version because, again, I like to get the physical copies of the games. I think both consoles are going to be... It's going to be interesting to see. Like, we have some information. We're just going to wait until... They're coming out next month, right? Yeah, November. Or the PS5 is coming out. But it'll be interesting to see what more information is going to come out, what new games are going to be coming out, exclusives, all of that stuff, and let's say special editions, how they're going to think. And then when the consoles come out, how are they going to market when it comes to like adding on extra stuff, updates, all of that. It's just going to be interesting. Like, again, it's kind of a 50-50 between the gaming communities to see which one's going to be like the better console. My money for winning the console generation for this year will probably be PS5. Like, again, clean sweep, and I'm going to get the PS5 first. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things go in the future when these consoles come out next month.
Yeah, that should be pretty good. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the clean sweep for the PS5. Every single one of us thinks the PS5 is going to take the victory. But what about you? What do you guys think? Do you agree with our list? Do you believe that the PlayStation 5 is going to be the best one? Or do you think Xbox will pull off a surprise victory and will rip the PS5 to shreds? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Okay, so that's our first topic down for tonight. We hope you guys are thoroughly enjoying the show so far. Amid the cock-up we had at the beginning. But if you guys
we
want
don't
to...
talk about that.
No, we
and
don't.
If you're listening to the podcast, what cock-up?
Exactly.
No cock-up at all.
There's no cock-up at all. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are enjoying it. Don't forget as well that we are going to do some little plug time as well. So if you guys have been enjoying the parts of my co-host, the British Andy, and our guest, the Asmodan himself, be sure to check out their Twitch TV channels and their Twitter accounts as well. So be sure to keep them up as well, because as you know, if they're having a good time enjoying it, you know they've got to be some good people. But you guys don't really give a damn about what I'm talking about. You rather we got onto the music. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's play some tunes.
Yeah, let's get some tunes down on us. So the first tunes are actually going to be my tunes, and I've got some fantastic ones for you guys. So stick around, get yourself a nice brew, and we'll be back momentarily as we start off from Sonic Heroes. This is the Egg Fleet, and you are listening to the Tally Ho Show with me, James.
Me, Andy.
And our special guest,
Asmodan.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Absolutely spiffing. Okay, and we will be back momentarily.
There are 3 things you can do to obtain a happy, healthy life. Eat your 5 fruit and veg a day, explore the world, and listen to the Tally Ho Show podcast with Andy and James. The first 2 are optional.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Tally Ho Show. So what we had there was Egg Fleet from Sonic Heroes, and we finally had liftoff from the game Subnautica. Welcome back to the Tally Ho Show. We hope you guys are enjoying yourself so far. Now we move on to the next part of our fantastic stream. We are actually going on to what's known as Andy's Great Adventure.
Ooh. Oh my god.
This is
Yeah,
gonna be...
so what we had last week, in case you tune in, if you missed it, pretty much we had James's Great Adventure, and now we got my Great Adventure. Do you want to explain what the heck we're doing, James?
Okay.
What this is all about? For anyone that's new, it's like, what the hell is this Great Adventure?
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, essentially what we're doing is both me and Andy have got our own separate role-playing game that we go through. So it'll do myself 1 week, and then we do Andy the next week. And essentially what happens is we go through the entire books, and we see if we can make it to the end, or we die. That's essentially it. It's good fun, we thoroughly enjoy it. But this time, because we have Nick joining us for this one, Asmodan, Andy will be able to use Asmodan's secret weapon. So, Asmodan, would you like to explain to everybody what your secret weapon is for Andy to assist him on this journey?
It's more like a curse, honestly.
I know, that's why I'm looking forward to it.
So essentially, with the history of me trolling Andy so much, my ability is the ability to make Andy do the opposite choice.
That's right, they do. So essentially, Andy can make any choice he wants during this entire time. But if Asmodan doesn't like what he's chosen, he can use his special effect and send Andy the complete opposite direction.
Oh god. That's all I got.
Don't worry, Andy. I will be nice.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to this right now. This is going to be amazing. So,
James inside, he's just like, he's like, oh, I'm so looking forward to this. But it is mine. He's like, yes, good, do it, do it, suffer the consequences. Did you want to do you want to give a disclaimer about your adventure that you just said 20 seconds before we went live?
Yeah.
Right.
So
just a heads up. During this, we did this last year, so we had no idea that everything that was happening this year was going to happen in the books.
So, for those of you who haven't actually heard this before, what I'll do is I'll give you the brief synopsis of what's happened. The dateline was the 21st of July, 2022. The morning of the 21st of July, 2022 had started just like any other. It was going to be a hot day, and users on the holovision was good. The 3-day working week was now the norm, and England was to play the United States in the Football World Cup final in Sydney. Again,
no, that does not make sense.
Yeah, already the story doesn't make sense at all. Later that day, and I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it says right here. Later that day, an unknown disease broke out in New York and spread with such devastating speed and fatality that before the government and scientists realized what was happening, half the population was dead. 4 days after the outbreak, 85% of the world's population were dead. Communications, essential services, transport, and administration had broken down completely. Most survivors don't know where they lived and didn't know how to go on living. Brute force became the law. Riots, looting, destruction, and drunkenness were commonplace. People would even kill for a can of beans. They are pretty good beans, so I grant them that.
Are they better than Heinz baked beans?
No, definitely not better than Heinz.
Oh, okay.
6 months after the disaster, there remained two kinds of people. Those who wanted order again, and those who reveled in the disorder. You are one of the lucky survivors, living in the fortress town which has been named New Hope. You are working on the design of an early warning system to protect the town. But you have been told that you need to go out and get some devices. Being offered 10,000 litres of this rare commodity for petrol is too good an opportunity to miss, especially as there are surplus stocks of grain and seed. The council has agreed to deal and are looking forward to someone to undertake the journey to San Angelo to deliver the sacks and drive the petrol tanker back to New Hope. It will be a long and dangerous journey through lawless country. The two men tell you that they think you are the best trained person to undertake such a mission. I'm not sure why they think Andy is, but hey, what do I know?
All the others have like perished, so I'm the only one.
Yeah,
but they're trying to boost me up. You're our only hope. Is he really? Well, the other people are like,
Is there anyone else we can send? No? Ah, shit. All right, fair enough.
You're our only hope.
He's like, you're our only hope. All right, he's gone. All right, next. All right, you're our only hope.
That's exactly that.
So,
exactly that.
as we left, as we left our previous journey, Andy had managed to take down an outlaw, but just the skin of his teeth. But now his journey continues. Will he be successful, or will he not? We're about to find out.
Just to let you guys know that we started doing a season 2 happened last year, 2019. So it's like, oh my god, now you read through that again. It's like, oh my god, that book is surprisingly bloody accurate. It was close to the year 2022. So it's 2 years. We're a little bit 2 years early of it. Of the pandemic. Oh my god.
It's terrifying to think as well where this book was made. Not that was made a long time ago as well.
What year was that book made?
I think it was. We'll find the right date for it. I can't see the book. I can't see the date anywhere. I'm sure someone will go online and look for it.
What? Who's the name of the person that made the book?
Ian Livingston.
Ian Livingston. You git. We should have listened to you by reading this adventure book years ago.
We should have then.
I mean, there's even a YouTube video that like predicts almost right down to even the symptoms of COVID that was released November last year.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Let's see. Edge says in 2022, VR took off and a madman trapped 4,000 in a game.
That bastard! I knew we were trapped somewhere.
Oh my god. All right, let's do it. Let's get on with the adventure.
Okay, so first off, Andy, are you ready?
Well, I was until you told me what the freaking special ability I got this time around is. Now I'm not so sure.
Not much point me. There's no point me thinking this is going to change. Asmodan, are you ready?
Yes, I'm very much ready to help Andy.
In that case, then, Andy, Nick, good luck. May the odds be in your favour. And let's play Andy's Great Adventure.
You had to do the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire sound.
You are goddamn right I'm going to do that.
Oh, God.
Now, let's
Hello,
do the
and welcome to Andy's Great Adventure. Who wants to be not dead?
Who wants to be on this adventure?
Yeah, who wants to be in this adventure? Absolutely.
So, Andy, you decide to take the Outlaw's Magnum, as it is a deadlier weapon than your own revolver. You turn the ignition key and the engine roars into life. Soon, you are traveling south again at high speed. And we now move on to the next one.
Right.
As the morning wears on, it becomes very hot, and the further south you travel, you notice a change in the vegetation. The overgrown fields turn into scrubland, and you won't be long before you are driving across the desert. A few miles further down the road, you arrive at a major junction. Do you want to turn left and head east, or would you want to keep driving south?
Okay. Major junction, turn east or head south. I mean, usually when I've been doing detours and stuff, I mean, we always find stuff, but usually other things, bad things usually come about. So maybe I should turn south. What do you think, Asmo? Because even though it's like you have that special ability, we do also have to talk it out to decide what works best.
I mean, I don't know much about what's going on in this book, so I don't have much. But I mean, if a detour is always good if you get extra stuff. Just need to play it right.
Yeah. But every time I've always done that, it's always become a predicament. So, you know,
it's a risk reward.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the last parts, I got fuel. I filled up the car. The tank is good. We've got supplies to last me. I'm just gonna go south. Let's just keep going.
Here we go. So we're heading south.
Hi, Salem. I missed
Hey,
a lot
Salem.
while I was asleep. Just wanted to hop in and say hi. No worries. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, just in time for Andy's great adventure. Let's see what happens from here. Leading off the road on your right is a rough road, which is marked with several sets of tyre tracks. Tracks look as if they were made quite recently. Do you want to drive down the rough road, or would you rather stay on course for San Anglo?
Oh, gotta keep going to San Anglo. Like, I'm not, yeah. I mean, I've dealt with, ruffians so far. It's like, now I've got to get going before, the sun sets and the time runs out. So I think I've just got to keep going.
Okay, so you're going to keep going, are you?
I'm going to keep going, yep.
Gonna stay on course for San Anglo.
I gotta go to San Angelo. That's the #1 hit in 2022 on the world, just so you know.
Here we go.
In America's top 40 chance.
You flash past a handwritten sign which reads, Pete, make engine sweet. 1 mile to the left. You slow down.
Oh Christ, Pete's here!
Pete's here.
Oh God, Titan's Creed! Does he have a mechanic store? Oh God.
The times were hard for him.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised.
You slow down as you approach a stone building with a corrugated iron workshop attached to it, which has the words Spark Plug Pete's painted on billboard on top of the roof.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Spark Plug Pete's.
Okay. I thought you said something completely different.
What did you think
What
he
did you
said?
think I said?
I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna leave it.
No.
No. You said it now. I ain't continuing until you said that's what you thought I said.
I thought you said butt plug Pete. I don't know why. I was just like, here comes the butt plug Pete. I'm like, excuse me? I was like, okay, I knew Pete was on hard times, but Jesus Christ.
But my main concern is
Christ.
why Andy was thinking of butt plugs at the time, ladies and gentlemen.
Because I thought that's what you said. And then you said spark plug, and I'm just like, oh, God, why? Mind, please.
Oh, dear.
CGI British fan, you made me choke. But Andy, the serious question, is Magic Carp faster than a butt plug?
Yes,
if you don't know what that means, it's from my 5th annual stream anniversary stream. Watch the Pokemon Stadium blindfold run from that, and you'll know what we're talking about. But, I don't know. As what Kev said, last minute continue. It's like, is Magic Carp faster than butt plug? Well, the answer to that is lubrication. That's what he said. It's like, my God. Anyway, moving on. Yes, spark plug Pete's. Good.
There
job.
are a few
Let's
cars.
go.
There are a few cars parked in the forecourt. As you come to a halt, a thin, pale man appears from the workshop, wearing an oily blue mechanic's overall and a baseball cap. He waves and says, "Nice car. Pretty fast, I guess. But not as fast as old Pete can make it. If you are interested, I like payment in credits and goods. I'll do a good job for you. If you wish to stop and let the mechanic modify your engine, or would you rather refuse his offer politely and continue your journey?"
Well, I mean, guy's on hard times, and he's all by himself. Do I have enough credits to, get my trap modified or anything like that?
Well, I say you got enough credits.
The old girl, can you rudely refuse his offer? Yeah, that's a good question, Waterproof. Can I rudely refuse his offer and go, get fucked?
Unfortunately, you can't. That's to say,
No, I can't.
you refuse this offer politely, but it can be
No.
like a backhanded compliment.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, you know what? The old girl does need a tune-up, I think. So, You know what? Yeah. Well, he's running a business. I don't want him to go out of business with everything that's going on. You gotta help the workers. Help the workers live. Let them have food on the table and everything. Completely incapable of being rude to this gent. This story is BS. Is it, Salem? It doesn't know Pete. That's true. If this was the Pete we knew, he'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here? Alright? I can spruce that up. If you don't want that spruced up, fuck off. That's exactly what he'll say.
Okay, so...
That's my impression of truth. So I'm going to ask him, yes, tune up my car and I'll give you stuff.
Okay. You drive on to Pete's forecourt and park the Interceptor outside the workshop. Pete quickly examines the engine and says the acceleration of the Interceptor could be improved by the addition of a supercharger. He tells you that the cost of this will be 100 credits plus some medicine. So, do you want to give him 100 credits and some medicine? Which, by the way, would make you down to 1 medicine remaining. Oh, no, about 2 packs of medicine he wants. So you'll be down to no medicine.
Oh, you're kidding me.
That's the thing. So you can give him 100 credits and all your medicine to tune up your car, or decline this offer and carry on south.
Oh. But then supercharger would be good because then I could get away from people. Like if someone tries to chase me, I could just go and then just escape. And I could get to San Angelo much quicker. Salem says, tune up the car in exchange for 15 minutes head start in the next less race, right? Yes, Salem. That's a toughie because medicine's very important, but maybe I might be able to find medicine along the way again. We've gone from politely refuse to just refuse. Yes, waterproof, that's exactly that. Nah, you know what?
No, we know what the price is now. We can outright fucking refuse him.
Someone's getting irritated. You know what? I'm going to take the risk. That's fine. You know, like, I feel sorry for Pete. I really do. So I'll give him 100 credits and I'll give him the 2 medicines.
Excellent.
And I think that was what Asmo wanted me to have anyway.
Okay, so you're gonna get the supercharger, are you?
Yeah, I'm a dip for the ballroom hype. Have a good one. All right, Salem, take care. Enjoy.
Take care of yourself, say.
Strictly Come Dancing. Take care. You guys are awesome. We try waterproof. Thanks. Yes, I'll do it. Go.
You settle down to relax in the shade, while Pete busily sets to work on the engine. He taps and bangs away, whistling happily. You drift in and out of light sleep. 2 hours later, he slams down the reinforced engine cover and says, "Okay, she's ready to roll." After giving Pete the 100 credits and 2 packs of medicine supplies, you start up the Interceptor and accelerate away as fast as possible. You can feel the extra acceleration in your back and smile competently. Pete has done a good job.
Yay. Happy days. That's it. Paid off in the end.
Yeah, it really has. Well done.
I mean, I'm going to have to find medicine now, so, well, we'll just wait and see.
Well,
And hopefully before the next encounter.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Hopefully.
It is not long before the green vegetation gives way to a more barren terrain, with tufts of dry grass dotted on top of the stony brown earth. You soon arrive at the edge of the desert, where the road is joined by another main road leading east. You want to turn left, or would you rather keep going south?
So, San Angelo is still south, right?
Yep, Sango is still south.
Okay. Thinking this part, I think I might have to detour it. Specifically, mainly to see if there's anything that I can find. But it's kind of just like, do I just keep going south? Because, just keep going. But then it's like, if I get an encounter while still driving down, that might not be a good thing. So I think maybe going just left and just go east this time, just to see if there's anything that I can grab would be a good thing. Or proofs like, good thing you weren't rude to him then. Yeah, good thing I wasn't. Thank goodness for that. Take my credit for medicine for a good tune-up on the car. I think I'm going to go east this time. We'll just go east and let's see if we can find something as a detour.
Okay, so you want to turn east then?
Turning east. We're going to make it interesting.
Okay then. We are turning east. You drive along the edge of the desert for about 80 kilometers until you arrive at a major intersection. The road ahead is blocked with abandoned cars, so you decide to turn right and head south again.
Oh, cool. Perfect.
So you just head there regardless.
Yeah, I'm just like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Damn it.
Yeah, sorry, Hasmo. You can't make the decision.
Not just yet, anyway.
Okay, well, we'll still go down south. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, the kilometers roll by. The petrol gauge drops relentlessly down until it registers empty again. Now, are we carrying a full can of petrol inside the interceptor?
Fill me up.
Nope, didn't fill you up at all.
What a bastard!
I mean, you didn't pay him for a fill up. You paid him to work on your.
That is a fair point, actually. That is a fair point.
I'll give you a complimentary fill up. Still, come on, Pete.
There's no complimentary fill ups now when civilization is actually in full swing. You think when civilization has collapsed, they're going to give you complimentary fill ups?
Yes, because I feel like people would be much nicer.
Hey, I got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure, let me take it and I'll burn it. How's that?
Oh, unfortunately, it was your house, but okay, burn it.
Said bridge.
Yeah, you can
Burn
take
the
a bridge and put it over a river, and it becomes a bridge.
Yeah, okay. I know that.
Right.
I'm not that dumb. I mean, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Anyway.
This bit's interesting now.
Okay.
Now, we basically need to make sure you've got a full can of petrol inside the interceptor. Full can of petrol. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to do a random dice generator. We're going to roll 2 dices.
Okay.
Okay, the first dice will basically be what you've got to beat, what your score is. The second one will be the one to say if you have or haven't got it. If you are higher, you have it. You have the petrol. If you go lower, you don't have the petrol. Are you ready?
Go on then. Do it.
Okay, here we go. First roll of the dice.
Wait, what should be a 6?
Oh. Okay, so I've got your score. I'm going to throw the dice again, and let's have a look. I see. How interesting.
Oh, for God's sake.
The final scores were...
On the doors.
The luck was 7. And Andy's score was... I'm sorry! Time is up. We're going to have to find out in the next one. At the end of this stream.
Absolute... Yeah, what a cliffhanger. Wow. Oh my God.
So, you have to beat a 7, Andy.
To beat a 7. And we're going to have to wait until the end of the show to find out if I've got fuel to keep going.
But if he hasn't, we'll have to see. We'll have to see and find out.
God, man, that was a cliffhanger and a half.
Oh, why not, eh?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Got to do it, right? Got to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, seeing as Edge is like, he has to beat Cloud. Poggers. I'll just die instantly. Or fail instantly, yeah. So, we had My Great Adventure, Part 5. Yes, Part 5, because we keep it on doing this for the past of the season. So, Part 6 will be coming up after Asmo's topic, which will be later on in the show. But for right now, we're going to play some more music.
Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
So, considering this was my choice, it was my choice previously, Andy, it's now time for your choice. So, do you want to explain to everyone what your choice is?
Yeah, so we got a couple of good choices. We got one song coming from Spider-Man the 2000 game that was on the PS1 back in the day, which I think is a catchy beat tune. We're going to kick things off with Metropolis Street Racer, which is an absolute amazing racing game on the Dreamcast. Music conducted by Richard Jakes, and for this song, Holding On, with the vocals of the wonderful T.J. Davis. So yes, that's what we're going to listen to first, Metropolis Street Racer, Holding On.
And as always, ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to the Tally Ho Show with me, James.
Me, Andy.
And me, Asmo.
And enjoy these fantastic tunes, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Andy and James are trained professionals. Do not attempt anything you hear in the Tally Ho show by yourself.
You had to get
And welcome back, everyone, to the Tally Ho Show. Hopefully you enjoyed those 2 tunes right there, what we just had on. And Spider-Man 2000, that was Catch Venom. Did you know Venom? Venom, the movie that came out, looked pretty dope as heck. And we might be getting a new Venom movie, which is pretty sick. That's
I
the
hope
case,
so, because
you know.
it was pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, well, with the ending as well in the first Venom, you're just like, oh, there's probably going to be a second one. Just thought maybe just play a bit of Catch Venom from Spider-Man 2000. Also, Spider-Man 2000 was such a good game on the PlayStation. And then for Metropolis Street Racer was Holding On. Yes, indeed. So now we're coming on to the second topic of today, and that is James's topic. So, James, what have we got for this week?
So, my topic is basically a little bit of imagination involved by everybody, either us three or those of you who are currently in the chat as we speak. Now, we've all seen fantastic devices, creations made within games. And some of those we think, you turn around and you think, you know what, how awesome would it be to have that in real life? Just to see what you could do with it. Like, imagine what you could do if you had the Triforce in your hand. Or imagine if you could have the massive chainsaw gun from Gears of War. All those sort of things. And I don't really want to know what you would do with the massive chain gun from Gears of War, but that's your entire opinion. So, my question for today's stream is quite simply put, gaming ties in real life. Yay! So what items would you love to have? And nay, what items would you want to avoid like the plague if it came into this world? And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I am first going to open up the floor, not only to you brilliant and fantastic people in the chat, but also to Mr. British Andy. So, Andy, gaming items in real life, what gives you a big yay, and what gives you a big nay?
Well, for a big yay, I would say Mario's plunger. No.
Mario's plunger? I don't want to know what's... I don't know what's
He wants Mario to plunge him.
That's exactly all I thought it was going to be for.
Jesus Christ!
Mario.
You know when Mario does like the jump step skip on like the stairs skip on Mario 64.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And you just hear him go Yahoo! Yeah, Yahoo! Is that him when he's like got a plunger and he's trying to like he's trying to help like some people when he's doing his plumbing job? He's like, okie dokie, 1 sec, I'm gonna have to shut the door. It's gonna be very loud. Well, it's going to be loud plunging. No. Just go that way. Yahoo! Yay! Yahoo! Okay, got it out. It's like, I don't know. Maybe that? I don't know. Anyway.
Hang on. Sorry. This is all I can come up with for this one.
Oh, God.
What the hell, Andy?
I don't know. I just practice makes perfect when doing that glitch.
No, not the glitch. I wonder why you used Mario's plunger and to make that little sound. We are massively skipping past the actual. We're skirting past what the main issue with that statement was, Andy. Oh well, I just love to do that voice. No, it's the thing again. Fisted by a plunger by Mario. That's the main thing we want to know.
I didn't even say anything like that.
That's what was implied.
No.
Andy likes Mario to plunge and go really fast. Got it. And the sound effect of Mario plunging someone is Yahoo! 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 All done. It's out.
I meant him unclogging a toilet, for Christ's sake.
That was
if that's
anything.
what the kids call it these days.
That was anything but a toilet, mate. That was not a toilet. You knew exactly what you were saying.
Because Mario's a... Anyway, freak. Okay, that joke just went way... I just...
I'm fucking dying.
Here's me, bloody just like trying to make a joke, and these gits decide to crease it all the way up to 11. I'm so glad everyone in my house can hear this. Everyone in my house can hear this.
In that case, Edge, you could actually, your household can give the deciding vote. Did Andy mean that in a sexual way or a plumbing way?
A plumbing way, damn it! Come on.
And what did you really expect with this joke? You know me very well, in that I tend to go in that direction.
I was
Same
hoping
here,
you
Andy.
maybe wouldn't even going to do it, but you did. Okay.
That was same
All
with
right.
me, Andy. That's a rookie error. You know this.
I think he may have miscalculated this.
Yes.
Yes.
I did. Yes, I made a mistake. Anyway, gaming items. For one item, I think I would love to have maybe as a
Apart from Mario's plunger.
apart from Mario's plunger. Now that's become a big nay. Would have to be a Chaos Emerald from Sonic the Hedgehog.
What? One of them or 7?
I mean, have one of them. You know, keep it like as a nice collectible item. And if I find the others, then great. If I find all 7, then it's like I can keep them in like a collection, and no one will be able to use them for powers for good or bad. It'll be protected.
Except for
Until
you.
I come over to your place.
Now, you know what I would do? He wants the damn full of Chaos Emerald, yeah. You know what I would do? I would grab all 7 Chaos Emeralds and stick them on a light. And so when I turn on the light, it just shines out all these magical colours. You see, it'll be a very I'd do that. Yeah, that's just what I have. I'll have the Chaos Emeralds, and I'll put it on top of like lighting and stuff, and it will just shine out nice, beautiful colours.
I love the fact that ancient power, the Chaos Emeralds, magic turns yourself into a Super Saiyan, and you want to use it for lighting.
For decorations, yes. What? What's wrong with that?
Many things actually, but I don't think we got enough time to go into it all.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I think like Chaos Emeralds would be good, like a nice little decoration item. But then if like stuff goes on and bad things are happening, I'm like, well, time to use them, and then I'll use them for good, and then I'll be like, okay, time to go on the hunt and search them for them again. It always adds on to like say the challenge. You find them, keep them, and then when you need to use them, go find them again. It's like a little scavenger hunt. Fine with that. Items that I would say nay. Mario's plunger.
No, not what the way you've been making it sound like.
Yahoo! Anyway.
Is that Mario you? That's what concerns me.
Shut up.
It's Mario on him.
Fuck off. Right, this is getting too much now, alright?
Alright.
Okay. Moving on.
Let's keep it relatively clean.
I think we got rid of that after the first section, but yeah, go ahead.
I think we did. This is a definite explicit podcast for this episode.
Ooh, yeah.
Items that I would say nay for? I don't know. It's kind of curious. It's interesting when you think about it, especially with this topic. I think can food be an item? The food where you, like say Castlevania or any other type of like platformer or Metroidvania game where you
If it exists,
like break
if it
open a
exists in a
barrel.
video game, that counts as an item.
Okay, breaking open barrels in like platforming or Metroidvania type games, and there's like a chicken or there's food that just comes out randomly out of an enemy or something like that, and you pick it up. Now that won't go into my stomach. That will get in the freaking bin. like the hero protagonists eating food that have come out of like specific items in a game or an enemy. Do you think maybe you should try and wash that first before you eat it? Like hygiene, people. Because there was what was it?
It's like it'd be like if someone gets killed in real life and they just explode, and all they're made is just like chicken pieces or. You just look at that and think, why did you drop chicken?
Yeah, why did you drop chicken? This is kind of concerning in a way. Was it a chicken?
I mean, Hannibal probably sees it as
delicacy.
A delicacy.
Yeah, but I ate Hannibal though. That's the thing. But it's kind of just like, I remember, what was it? Was it Rooster Teeth, or it was another big gaming group? Couple of the guys woke up 2 of the other dudes from the group and were like, "Hey, wake up! You got to do a challenge, and the challenge was they woke up and they see this feast of food, like so all this food. And they're like, oh my god, like yeah, you just got to eat this food. They're like, okay, cool. And they did like, but there's a catch. Whilst they're eating it, they're like, this is a weird. They're like, there was like chicken, there was fruit, there was ham, there was like all this stuff. So they were eating it. Oh hi Gingers, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome to the show. Raw.
Hey, Gingers.
And like pretty much like they're going, oh, this food has like a weird aftertaste, or it just tastes not really like it tastes off. And they're like, the guys that made this plan, like, yeah, there's a challenge to that. All this food here is what would have probably tasted or smelt like in the video games. So like Castlevania, like coming out of a barrel or coming out of like specific things in games, like, you know, the food's been left there for days and you just pick it up. And it's like, they're like, your challenge is you've got to eat all of this, and the person that gives up loses. And they're like, oh my god. So they eat all this food, which looks great, like as when you look at it, but it just apparently tasted and smells horrible. And it's like, yeah, I can totally understand that 100%. Because Jesus Christ, if that was the case, I wouldn't eat that. Throw that in the bin if it smells off or tastes off. But, oh, disgusting. So that's my gaming items for Nay. So yay, Chaos Emeralds, so I can use them for decorations. And Nay, food that you find like randomly in barrels or just anywhere, any items, or even coming out of enemies in a video game. Just no, that's disgusting. I just got home from work. I'm glad I made it, and it's not over. Also, I'm a vent for a minute. All right.
Welcome to the
Enjoy
venting.
being suspicious. Enjoy being suspicious. So that's me. That's me on that.
Fair enough. Okay, so that's well a lot more than I thought it was going to. What do you think though, Asmo?
Oh, for what I would like in real life and what I wouldn't?
Yeah.
For what I'd like in real life would be the moonstones from Skies of Arcadia. So in Skies of Arcadia, there's 6 moons that are easily shown, and they're each imbued with a different element.
Mm-hmm.
So like the red moonstones actually produce heat. So, and like the technologies that's based around them, and they also actually end up causing things to float in the sky. So it comes across where there's these giant flying metal not spaceships, but like boats, essentially.
Yeah.
Everything runs off of boats, and like these things are not only just used for simple things like I said, the red moonstones are able to like cook stuff, but there's also like the yellow ones produce electricity, the purple produce ice, so or cold, so you're able to do refrigeration, actual power, and all of them in general can be used as fuel in an engine, and they're so commonplace that it opens it up to so many different possibilities.
Yeah.
And like just the generalized idea of what society could move using that would be amazing.
Okay then. So you use the moonstones but help out essentially the whole community.
Yeah, like the general like basic quality of life improvement.
Yeah. Fair enough then. Well, we've been worried about people trying to use and abuse that though.
I mean, it would be the same as people using and abusing knives or gas or cars or guns, right?
Yeah.
So I think it would be a lot less problematic than a gun, for example, just due to the fact that it's not exactly easy to, like, there's no easily seen gun in the game.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I understand that.
And then the item I would not want to see in real life, the T-virus.
That's a very good point.
That is an extremely good point.
That's a very good point. Yes, good idea.
We're already dealing with one virus. I don't want another one.
But we get zombies out of it.
We don't want zombies out of it.
I do. I need target practice.
Oh,
I'll put it this way. The problem with the T-virus is not the fact that the zombies are dangerous inherently. It's that if you think of how stupid the average person is, and then you realize how that half of the world's population is stupider than that, I am very concerned that when the T-virus comes up, it would literally be worse than how Resident Evil ended up.
Actually, just as like, guys, don't jinx it, please.
There you go. Who had the T-virus for October?
Anyone in... Nah, man. Like, yeah, I think you're right. Like, if the T-virus were to happen in this day and age, the whole world would be completely screwed. Because world governments will just not do anything in order to fix it.
So what they're doing right now.
Like we know right now that governments have failed in the terms of COVID-19, like, and they're just slowly getting back up. But when they slowly get back up, you have to put it back down for like lockdowns and stuff because it just gets worse. It's failing hard. So like, if a T-virus happened, we'd all be dead. We'd all be dead because freaking governments suck.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even the like full government's fault in some aspects, because it's also the general populace that's also partially at fault. Because the fact of the matter is, they're like, hey, wear your masks, don't wash your hands, and don't be in large groups so close together, especially when you haven't done the other two. And you look around and you go, hey, look, there's a group of 10 that have no masks that are like within spitting distance of each other.
Yeah, because people are stupid.
Yeah.
He did say that the greatest weapon was common sense. To say that some people don't actually have access to that weapon.
Greatest weapon is common sense, but you know, if the right mind has it, then use it for good. If the wrong mind has it, then
I like to always put it as common sense. So rare, it's a superpower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so true. It's so true. Common sense, so rare, it's a superpower. Edge says, by liege, we don't need zombies because zombie guru Majima would destroy us all. Very true. Jim's like, dude, I don't social distance at work. I'm very close to people. Well, as long as you're like, well, yeah, because you work at McDonald's, so as long as you're wearing like a mask and gloves, you'll be okay. Like, and as long as someone there does not have the virus at work, because if they have the virus and they're cooking burgers, oh my god,
there's your T-virus right there.
That will just shut down the restaurant straight away.
McDonald's and COVID, the generation of the T-virus. I'm eating you.
Oh no.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh Christ.
Somebody get that to McDonald's right now.
No. You'll get blocked by them if you give them that. Jesus Christ. Probably banned from every McDonald's restaurant in existence.
It'd be a good way to go out, though.
Yeah, good way to go out. It's like, I like Burger King anyway. Oh God. We wear masks though. That's good, Jindos. That's good to hear. Okay. So that's Asmo's picks. What about you, James?
I'm surprised no one has said that the device that they want to have in real life is the portal gun. Can you imagine all the places you could go to with that portal? I mean, fair enough, you have to get there first and fire it. But just imagine you're upstairs, just relaxing, and you figure, you know what, I need a drink. And you've got a portal straight away. So your orange one goes wherever you want it to, but you just fire the blue one, and then just go in, open the fridge, and get your drink. Or if there's certain places in the world that you really want to go to, you want to go back to, you just go, I know, orange portal there, and then every time you want to go back to it, blue portal, and through it.
I do have actually a little bit of lore for the portal gun, which would actually cause a problem with that.
Yeah.
So the way that if you actually look into a lot of the portal lore in there, Actually, what it says is the portals are only stable when used on a surface that is coated in moon dust.
Yeah.
And moon dust is so hard to come by and so expensive to get.
I'm sure you'll be able to find some place to do it. Just go to NASA. They bring down moon rocks all the time. Just grind some of them up.
But the moon rock, I think a moon rock that's like an inch in diameter is something along the lines of a few $1,000s.
No, it's fine. Just scratch it to begin with, then portal yourself into it and nick some more. You're giving me problems. I'm giving you solutions here. But then again, it would also be good. It'd also be a good thing because you get those people who are like the Flat Earth Society, for example. We know the Earth is round, and we know this has been a stated fact for years and years and years and years. But you get people who are now coming up and saying, "No, I believe the world is flat for these reasons." Portal gun to the moon. Portal gun below him. There you go. He falls through. Right. See the moon. See if the Earth is flat now.
Yeah, but that would also kill him very quickly.
Well then you pull the blue portal somewhere else and you hide the evidence. They're never going to have a body unless they go into space.
Very good point. Edge is part of the cone Earth shaped society because the world is cone shaped. He says.
Well, obviously it's cone shaped. I mean, we all know that.
I thought it was more of a cube.
I think it's pear shaped actually.
Oh, it's pear shaped.
Yeah.
Uh.
Or banana shaped, I think it is. It's one of those two.
That's a pretty pairing statement, if you ask me. No? Okay. I tried.
Get out.
No. Just no.
Okay.
I don't think I would have the portal gun on there, or what was the item I wouldn't want to have? T-Virus is actually pretty good. Well, let's just go first and use that one. But
it's very true. Yeah, T-viruses would be something that I don't think nobody would want. Absolutely.
Although I would also like to have the Ring of Power from Shadow of Mordor. Or Shadow of War, sorry.
I've never played that one. I haven't even gotten through the first one, even though I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite games of all the time to see Shadow of War. But he makes a second Ring of Power. It's not corruptible, but it has the power to sort of bend orcs to your will. So imagine you can just go to someone who you really be annoying or doesn't agree with you, like at a business meeting, and then just grab them and then bend to my will. Right, you agree with my statement, don't you? Yes, I agree, sir. Fantastic. Right, let's build a duck pond in a waterway. Why not? There you go. I got an agreement somewhere.
Blimey.
I had no idea where I was going with that. I have.
Well,
I'm trying.
I mean, that would be pretty good to have. You know, they can bend people against your will. You can just be like, "Do as I say." Okay.
There we go.
Shine my shoes.
Yeah, there you go. Shine my shoes. Do my laundry. Everything.
Oh goodness.
But the one thing I probably wouldn't want in a game is, I can't think of anything I wouldn't massively want. Wouldn't want in a game. I guess I wouldn't want to. I guess I wouldn't want to go to another I wouldn't want a copy of Sonic 06. I guess that counts.
I mean, it's a real life item.
Yeah, exactly. It's a gaming items.
Oh
Sonic 06.
God.
That's definitely name.
Jesus. Edge says, I wouldn't want a tree branch, but I want the most powerful sword in existence.
What is the most powerful sword in existence, though? Would that be the Master Sword? Would that be the Soul Calibur sword?
I mean, it's hard to judge
It's the
through different series.
Kokari dagger. It's the Kokari sword. You think the Master Sword's powerful? No, the Kokari sword.
Well,
I mean, there is the all the swords from Bleach, because there are Bleach games, and there's a sword that will literally be able to set anything on fire and cause a inferno. Other ones to cause ice ages. So, I mean, you could probably pick one from there.
I could do, actually, yeah.
Did I say Kokari? I meant Kokiri. Kokiri sword. Bleh, my bad. Words. Kokiri sword. Yeah, because it's more powerful than a Master Sword, I think.
Oh, fair enough then.
Especially if
And
you
I
mod
say-
it.
Yeah, if you mod it, you can make it extremely powerful. There you go.
Actually, I'll tell you
say
what I
I'm
would
a
like.
humongous kappa.
I wouldn't like
Yeah.
gaming items in real life. I would like to have is the tail from Fall Guys, because I
Yeah,
guarantee
is that-
everyone will be trying to chase you for that tail. You just wouldn't have anything. You wouldn't have any peace of mind at all.
So you'd say that the gold tail from Fall Guys is
Yeah.
something that you would not want.
Definitely wouldn't want that, because everyone will be after you trying to get that tail before time runs out.
And it says the most powerful sword is the Ultima Weapon Keyblade. There you go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Get the Keyblade, the Keyblade.
Okay, well,
But yeah,
I think it's
I could understand that. It's like, you know, you have your tail. You like, you know, you wake up in the morning, like, do 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 do. Open the door, everyone's like, get him! Like, oh crap!
You're about-
Lock the door. It's like-
just keeping everybody back.
And then it's the
Yes.
FBI meme of them breaking through everything.
Yeah.
FBI, open up!
We need that goddamn tail.
It's like, Jesus Christ. All that for a freaking tail. Yeah, I can understand that. Well, I think that's...
I think that was, yeah, I think we pretty much covered all of that.
It's covered all that, yeah.
That's
So
all
for final...
short. That's a short one, I think.
Yeah, nice little short one. Yeah, so shall we do our conclusions?
Yep, so, Andy, gaming items in real life, yay and nay.
Yeah, for yay, it would definitely be Chaos Emeralds, just so I can have as like decorations for my house when I get a house. It'll be very nice. Make the light, maybe have them in my new customizable lights, and then, you know, it'll be all nice and colourful in the room. But then I can use them in case there's like evil doing going on and stuff, and then I can just go and save the day.
You can
And
also
I can
put them in a little. You can also put them in a little disco light bulb as well.
Exactly. See, they're good for everything. It's a good use for everything with the Chaos Emeralds. So it's like, yeah. And then if I use them to save the day and they disappear, I just have to go on a scavenger hunt and find them, because scavenger hunts are always fun, and I like that.
You also need rings, won't you, to activate it?
Yes, true. I would always have like a mini safe full of gold rings as well. So then I go, okay, I need to get 50 rings. I've got 50 rings. Perfect. Let's go. And then I'll be all set. But item that I would not want is food that you would find in like barrels in like platforming games, Metroidvania games, barrels, other items, you know, that have just been left there for days just for you to consume so you can regain your health. I think you lose health just by eating that, because you just throw up because of how disgusting it would be. And also food coming out of enemies as well when you beat them. It's just horrible. So damn, dude. Like, nah. I'd rather have my food fresh and, you know, just cooked on the day, you know, or heated up, you know, just so it can kill off the bacteria and everything, you know. So that's for me. Chaos Emeralds, yay. Food that you find in barrels or enemies, nay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Asmo?
And for me, the ones I would say yay is Moonstones from Skies of Arcadia to boost society up and basically increase the quality of life for everybody in the world. And then for nay, the T-Virus, which would be the destruction of society.
Fair enough. And for myself, I would have the portal gun. And for nay, I'll probably have the golden tail from Fall Guys, because I do not want to be... I am not a good man in the morning, and I do not want to end up waking up in the morning and having to run for the life of me because everybody wants my tail.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, there we go. That was a nice simple topic to discuss about. It's always fun with that.
Okay, so we're now going to move on to the last of our music choices, which is Asmo's one. So, Asmo, what have you got in store for us today?
All right, so I've picked 2 songs. One of them is from Skies of Arcadia. It's Ramirez's theme. So this is a very dark, kind of ominous type of things, which I think suits October very well. And then something a little bit more lighthearted from the early 2000s, which is the Final Fantasy tribute, Chocobo Robo Voice.
That sounds fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, stick around for those fantastic songs that are coming up. And as always, you are listening into the Tally Ho Show with me, James.
And me, Andy.
And me, Asmo.
And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
You're listening to the Tally Ho Show with Andy, James, and me, the voice inside your head. You really need to do the dishes at some point. You've left them at the sink for days.
And welcome back to the Tally Ho Show. And with me, Asmo.
Me, James.
Me, Andy.
Sorry, man, I can't beat you to it then, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah, no, as soon as you went back on, Asmo was like, I'm in.
Damn right.
No wasting time here for you, good sir, is there?
No, nah. Blah, blah. Talking's hard.
Talking can be hard.
What to say.
Well, we do have the final topic to discuss, which is yours. So, Asmo,
Yes.
what the holy heck are we talking about?
So we're going to be talking about game lore, gaming stories, theories, and creepypastas. Kind of just the general whole topic of deep diving into a game and the what is created out of the love for those games. So, who would like to start on that?
Well, I can start, I guess.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So the one, because I was actually thinking about this last night, like gaming stories, laws, sort of thing, was actually what I mentioned earlier in my show, the Middle Earth Shadow of War. I know at the moment it's not considered, according to the Lord of the Rings, it's not considered canon, which I'm a bit disappointed at. But I love the whole story that's come from it. For those who have never played it before, there's probably going to be some spoiler. There is going to be a bit of spoiler warnings for Shadow of War. Do you want me to say the spoiler? Because I know you were actually into it.
Go for it. I probably forget it.
Okay.
Just as a heads up for anyone, spoiler alert.
Yep.
Spoiler
alert.
alert.
It's now in effect.
Wording.
Spoiler alert. It's now in effect in 3, 2, 1.
Skip 5 minutes of this. Come back,
Yep.
and we'll be talking about something else.
So essentially, the end of Shadow of War is a case of you build up your army and you're ready to take on Sauron, but at the last minute, the elven man, I forgot what his name is now, he actually betrays you, so he finds someone else to go with instead. So you now start to the ranger is starting to die from his old injuries until he picks up an old ring of power that was given to Isildur when you freed him, and then you end up becoming a new ring wraith. And it actually goes through to the final scene in the story is when you accept yourself as the new ring wraith, and then you then walk with your brothers out to then go and search for the One Ring. And I think that's a pretty cool story to end, because you play the game and then you look back through all of the like the Lord of the Rings games or even the Lord of the Rings films, and you just turn around and think, could that be the Ranger? Maybe that's the Ranger. That could have been the Ranger. And I just think that was that sort of thing which makes you think that the game, for something you see in the game, then you re-look at the movies and think, oh, that could be actually. That makes more sense. And I sort of like that's one of my favourite gaming stories or laws.
That's actually pretty interesting.
Spoiler warning has now been rescinded.
Yes, welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, guys. You didn't miss much.
If you went, welcome. Yeah, that was the spoiler. We're now out of the spoiler place. For me, for like gaming stories, laws, and creepypasta, like there's so many good stories that comes into with video games. I'm trying to think I got a creepypasta which creeped me the hell out. One thing, and it's, going into the gaming stories and lore and stuff, the one thing that really fascinates me much for a gaming franchise would be the Legend of Zelda series. And the creepypasta is also a Legend of Zelda game, which we'll get into. But just seeing, I remember, what year was it? Was it 2006, 2007? I found this YouTube video where this guy was talking about the actual lore of the whole franchise. And they say, he pretty much said, you all may consider that The Legend of Zelda, the first game on the NES, was the first ever game made in the franchise and the first in its timeline. But if you look very hard enough, and go through all the games from, Legend of Zelda to, I think it was Twilight Princess, which was the latest game that came out when it was in 2006, 2007. He said, but let's go through all the games and make the storyline, and we'll get to know a bit about it. And he went into so much detail of like, you know, what's the first game in the storyline and what builds up, and then, you know, in one of the games, which would be like, I think it was Ocarina of Time. There's the split.
The Arcadia time splits into 3 separate timelines, doesn't it?
3 separate timelines, and then he goes, let's go into each timeline like one at a time, one on each episode, because he goes into like the main games, and then when he goes to Ocarina of Time, that's when the split happens, and he's like, okay, this is how this timeline happens here, if this were to happen, or this timeline. And it's just like, me being a teenager, I'm just like, oh my god, because here's me being a stupid kid going, oh well, the game that comes out release is like the next part of the story, right? So, you know, we had like Legend of Zelda on NES, then Link's Adventure, you know, Zelda 2, like, you know, that's together. And then it's like, you know, and then you got Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, like, you know, oh, that's all part, you know, Link to the Past, oh, he went out and rescued the princess, then he went on a boat trip. That's what I'm thinking in my head. He's like, oh, he went on a boat trip.
And then he became a train driver.
Then became a train driver.
I actually have Hyrule Historia here. Like, it's just on my table right now, which has the full official timeline for it.
Oh,
okay. If I quickly go grab that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
go for it.
But I understand what you mean though, Andy. I love and then right at the end, when Skyward Sword came out, and you thought, okay, maybe it's never part of the story. And it wasn't until you fully forged the Goddess's Sword and it changed to the Master Sword that you realised, holy shit, this is the beginning!
This is like the actual beginning. That's like, you think like, oh, Skyward Sword's like an extra addition to one of the timelines. No, it's at the start, and it's like, what the fuck? Okay, well, that's fair enough, I suppose. And, you know, going into, we'll go into the creepypasta a little bit, because I think Asmo wants to, I think you want to read something from the book?
Yeah, I just grabbed the book right now. I'm just trying to find the timeline.
Okay, that's fair enough. Ed says he likes the Mario timeline.
Yeah, it makes me think though, what happened to Mario timeline? Which is when Mario Party is, when is Mario Kart, when is Mario RPG?
There's like a split in the timeline between Super Mario Brothers. So there's 2 splits in the timeline. The one split is like when Bowser still becomes a bad guy and still tries to capture Princess Peach. That's when, you know, pretty much when Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World, and Mario 64 just keeps going down there. Then it's the other timeline where, you know, all the Mario Brothers and co, you know, Bowser's been defeated, and so, you know, Super Mario Brothers 2, because that's something different than all the games that didn't have Bowser in it. I think that's only a certain few. And then the other timeline is like Bowser decides, you know what? I've
seen the error of my ways.
I've seen the error of my ways. Let's play tennis. And then all the sports games, you know. It's like you have that. So yeah, there's like the sports timeline,
so where does,
the hero timeline, and the team timeline.
So where does the Olympics come into it though, I wonder?
2020.
Yeah. Pretty much. Edge says if Mario doesn't stop his doppelganger in Sunshine, then Splatoon happens. If he does, Galaxy happens. Oh my god, Jesus. Yes, so that's how. So pretty much, Mario Sunshine has a split timeline between Splatoon and Mario Galaxy. Oh my Christ.
Yeah, so with the Zelda timeline, going back to that, it's actually kind of interesting to see how things get laid out, because the first 3 games are all in the same timeline, which is the heroes defeated timeline. But the first 2 are actually the very last 2 titles in that timeline, which is like Legend of Zelda, which goes across the resurrection of Ganon, and then Adventure of Link, which actually has Link preventing the resurrection of Ganon in that one.
Yeah.
Then the first title right after the split in Ocarina of Time is A Link to the Past, which, I mean, most people know that one because it's so famous now, especially with the randomizer.
Yeah.
And then it came across where it was Link's Awakening, and then the Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Actually, this one has that reversed, but I do know the third one in the series has it, so it's Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, then the Oracle games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because Link's Awakening, that Link is the exact same Link from Link to the Past, and I think it's also the same one as in the Oracles.
Yes.
Okay.
So, like, that one Link has been in so many different titles. He is the most overpowered Link of them all. But the other two timelines they have is obviously the hero beats Ganon, and then there's the child era, which is when adult Zelda transfers him back to the child timeline.
That's
And then there's
Majora's Mask, isn't it?
Yeah, the very next one is Majora's Mask, where he goes and searches for Navi, doesn't find it, and then
Gives up.
And now the funny thing is, a lot of people, the very common theory was Majora's Mask was actually Link was dead, and that's him going through the stages of grief. But that is very easily disproved by the very next game in that timeline, which is Twilight Princess. Because in Twilight Princess, that Link is a direct descendant of the Hero of Time.
Yeah.
So obviously he couldn't have died as a child and still had a child.
Yeah. Although it makes me, it does beg the question though: where does Breath of the Wild come in?
So it comes in at the very end of all the timelines. So at some point there is a convergence of all three timelines back into one solid timeline somehow.
Yeah.
And then many years, like thousands of years after that, is like to the point where all the history behind the combining of the three timelines,
Yeah.
is Breath of the Wild, because everything else is just legends, and like most things are forgotten. Like Ruto is mentioned once on a tablet that you can find in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Oh yeah, I saw that tablet, and that's why the Divine Beast was called Varuto.
Yeah, because it's just the same as Va Naboris is for Naboru, the Spirit Temple sage.
Yeah.
Va Redania, I don't know who he was actually.
Must have done something with Goron Legends, I think.
Yeah, just trying to think. What was the Goron's name in Ocarina of Time?
Better figure it
Like
out.
the head Goron.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna double check.
Darunia.
Darunia? That's it,
Yeah.
Darunia. Yeah.
So Redunia, kind of, it's basically like the D and the R got switched,
Yeah.
which kind of makes sense. And then the last one, which is the flying one, that one is Va Meadow, which Meadow is one of the characters from, weirdly enough, Wind Waker, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think you are actually. Yeah, I remember hearing that name in Wind Waker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember who he was. I think that was one of the sages, right? Just quickly scanning through characters in here.
Quick scan through the book to find out.
You know,
Yeah.
you were saying that while you're looking for the book, though, do you think they should make a game? A Legend of Zelda game where they do actually all three timelines converge into that one single point?
I think the best thing that they could have done is do a concept kind of actually similar to Hyrule Warriors, the original one,
Yeah.
because Hyrule Warriors has all three timelines converge.
That is true.
Yeah.
The only reason it doesn't work is that
It's not canon.
it's one, it's not canon, but two, like one of the things in Breath of the Wild that really indicates that the adult era happened is the fact that there's salt everywhere. And when you look at the description, it's from the great sea that covered this land.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very much an indication of that. Plus also a Well, here's the really screwed up part that makes no goddamn sense. So, the Ruda, or not the Ruda, the what are they called? The flying, the bird people.
The Rito.
The Rito. They are the evolved form of the Zoras, which I have another fucking thing to say about that, but I'll get to that later.
The evolved form of the Zoras.
Yes. So in Wind Waker, the Zoras ended up going to the dragon to get his protection, and they eventually evolved into the Rito.
So fish people evolved into bird people.
When the world was flooded, yes.
Amazing.
Because that fucking makes sense.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tally Ho.
Wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tally Ho Show, where we discuss everything about evolutions and why it makes no sense in games.
But then it comes down to Breath of the Wild, where there's both the Rito and the Zora together. So, I mean, there is the possibility that only some of the Zora went and got and evolved into the Rito, but then there's no Zora that are actually in Wind Waker, right?
Yeah.
None at all, except for the Sage, which is marked as a direct descendant of Medley, which is the little bird with the harp.
Okay.
All right.
So, like, it's fully canon that like they evolved, but then it could be that there is some Zora that are living way down in the deep dark parts, which is why they became more fish-like than the Ocarina of Time variant. And so you'd go, okay, so maybe it just follows the adult timeline. But then in Breath of the Wild, it also shows hints of there's some times where they actually mark down the Twilight, like there was an invasion of the Twilight people. You can see the Twilight mirror shattered on the beach in the south.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's actually part of one of the quests. You have to kind of take pictures of all the mirror pieces, and then the guy translates like some markings that were carved onto it, and then it will kind of open up another shrine.
Oh, right, okay.
And there's like there's a bunch of other little hints towards that timeline. But then there's also the timeline for the heroes defeated. The biggest one, which is actually really surprising, Lionels. Lionels do not exist in any other timeline other than the hero is defeated.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they show...
So definitely points to the fact that there is a certain time where all three definitely combined.
Yeah, there is definitely something there that marks that all three do combine at some point. So I think one thing that they would do really well, especially if the Age of Calamity, like Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, really works well, maybe do another Hyrule Warriors that is canon that has all three timelines converge. So we get the Zoras and we get the Rito like coming back in, because I mean, if you really look at it, the Zoras that are in Breath of the Wild look like the Zoras that are in Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
So I think I think that would actually be a very good thing for them to do.
Well, maybe.
And of course they even like had to introduce Skyward Sword to bring about the intro of everything and why Link and Zelda keep popping up and Ganon keeps popping up over and over in this timeline.
Yeah. Although I would say what I could probably see happening is that maybe if they do make a game like that, maybe the end battle, all three timelines somehow converge, and basically not as in like stay in one part and then separate, as in they crash into each other. So certain areas, certain people get transported into this new timeline.
Yeah.
And that would explain why the Ruto and the Zoras, or even though they're descended from them, show up at the same time. And then they sort of find out what's going on, and then that's when they sort of like live their own sort of styles.
Yeah, I mean, another theory for why the Rito are here is that the Rito look very different from the Wind Waker versions. So some people think it's the Skywings, the birds from Skyward Sword, had evolved into more humanoid.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually first when we were talking about it, when you said Skyward Sword, I'm like, that could be a possibility.
Yeah, but there's no actual like indication in games for that. And then the only thing we have for a race called Rito is in Wind Waker, where it's like direct descendants of Zora. So yeah, it's a little interesting.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's why it's like I came into my head first, because it's like, you know, with hearing the stories of like the timelines and then how they get split, and then like, you know, then coming together with like Breath of the Wild and stuff. It's fascinating to see how the game developers there at Nintendo actually like made this, like make the games, and then it's just a case of how do they fit that into the story timeline that they already have with all the other games. It's just, you know, when they make new games, they just add it on. It just adds on, and then you just like, you get more questions as new questions get asked about what happens in this specific situation, or, you know, in this specific game, and what timeline is it? Is there going to be a new split in the timeline? You know, all those things. So it is fascinating. It's like Legend of Zelda lore pretty much is a timeline that will just keep growing and growing and growing. I think there's just going to be like new ideas are going to be put onto the table, and it'll probably never end. It'll probably keep going till the day we pass away, till we die.
More than likely. Actually, speaking of one little quirky thing about Breath of the Wild, there was actually a mistranslation that drastically changes something at the very end of the game. Do you guys care if I spoil like a line that Zelda says at the very end of the game?
I've completed it, so go ahead, mate.
I haven't, but go ahead. But spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! 1 minute. Mute the stream.
All right, so you know when Ganon becomes Dark Beast Ganon, and Zelda says he has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form, right? Mm-hmm. That's a mistranslation. What was actually said was this form was born from his obsessive refusal to give up on revival.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And it's like a complete opposite meaning. So it's going to be interesting to see how this comes around.
Especially with Breath of the Wild 2 being made.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole idea behind what they had said was basically, technically, Breath of the Wild cannot continue on with Ganon because of that. Mm-hmm. But with them introducing what looks like Ganondorf, it's quite clear that it was a mistranslation.
Or potentially, what they're thinking is that maybe underneath all of Hyrule Castle, in order to stop Ganon from always being resurrected and trying to take over Hyrule, they got a form of Ganon and held him prisoner down underneath Hyrule Castle, and the only way he is managing to escape is through Calamity Ganon, and that's why his enraged form is going to be, because he's so enraged the fact that he's now being essentially locked up and kidnapped, that his malice takes over a new form and then comes out, because it always seems he comes out of Hyrule Castle.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're going underneath and underground during the Breath of the Wild 2 trailers. Yeah. So it makes me that is my theory, is that Ganon is somewhat alive, but he's being held hostage. And then when Link and Zelda go down to finally end the cycle of Calamity Ganon, that's when they free him.
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at, especially when they go down there, he is mummified like the monks, and he moves, and like when he starts moving around again, is the exact same as Monk Mascotia, which is part of the DLC. Yeah. You get the bike. So quite clearly, the Sheikah had captured Ganondorf and mummified him. But the downside to, and like it's even quite clear when you are watching it, the malice is coming from that wound in his chest, which, by the way, that means that's the exact same Ganon as Ocarina of Time, as Twilight Princess because that hole in the chest is where he was stabbed in Twilight Princess.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And
So
he
maybe,
has the-
maybe that's how all three timelines have converged. In the first time he went malice. Maybe
It could be.
Maybe he's found a maybe because the malice was so powerful, it ripped a hole that combined all three timelines.
Well, let me quickly grab that again.
Ah.
So the odd thing about that though is the next game in the timeline after Twilight Princess is Four Swords Adventure, and that has a reincarnation of Ganondorf, which is really weird.
Hmm.
I mean, actually, you don't really know what happens to Ganon at the end of Twilight Princess. He gets stabbed, then gets his neck broken by Zant, but then he just stands there.
No, he doesn't get his neck broken by Zan.
Or
He
something
kills
like-
Zan.
Yeah, but right at the end,
He
right
gets
at the
stabbed again by Link, basically doing a full down stab into right back into that the exact same wound he got from the sword of the sages.
Yeah, but then after
And
that, he stands up, and then he makes some speech about what's happened, and then when he
And
does
then he
that,
just dies.
his Triforce disappears, and
Yeah,
he just sort
and
of
he-
disappears. He sort of like just stands there, and then you get a picture of Zant, who basically looks at him like in the background, and then you hear a crack, and then he just goes. And it just stands there, and that's it. And there's Link and Zelda are nowhere near him, but you can see that he's just suddenly just died right there while standing up. So maybe that's when they grabbed him, dragged him down to Hyrule Castle, locked him up wherever. Chica did whatever as well, and maybe that's how it's occurred.
Maybe. I
Oh my
mean, it
God,
could
what
also be a symbolism just for the fact that it's like he betrayed Zant, and then obviously, because he was already dying, because he'd been stabbed through the heart like twice already at this point. And with the
Yeah.
Triforce leaving him, it could just be like a snap that his life is fully ended and he just is dead standing.
Yeah, that could be it, maybe. What was it? Edge says, I mean, koi fish becomes dragons. He says, and then the timeline was all straight, and in Ocarina of Time, Link said, fuck it, you have
Fuck
free
it,
now.
you got free now. Enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy this. Enjoy. I've screwed up the whole timeline. You're welcome. We could get onto this for so long. It's like it would probably be like a freaking 8-hour podcast. Holy crap!
Yeah.
But the one thing I wanted to quickly mention as well before going over to you with your topic, Asmo, is the creepypasta with Ocarina of Time. I don't know if you've. Ginger says, yeah, Zant snapped Ganondorf's head. Yeah, because I have seen that in the cutscene where Zant just goes like, he moves his head, which indicates that he's making Ganondorf snap his neck. So it's like,
Yeah, I need to rewatch that cutscene because
yeah, because you just see
Been a while.
Zant, you just see Zant just smile and then he just tilts his neck, which then Ganondorf does it, but he does it in such a brute force. So it looks like Zant's powering Ganondorf and breaks his neck
and
pretty
then
much.
Ganondorf's eyes just go white, and then that's it.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Zant is already dead at that point, so it'd be his spirit, which is why.
Yeah, it'll be his spirit pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the creepypasta, so like there was a Majora's Mask creepypasta which like freaked me out, which I heard, which was the story of a kid who goes to a garage sale and finds a copy of Majora's Mask on the N64, but the image on the cartridge is ripped up and it's just written down. It's written in like freaking pen, like felt pen saying Majora's Mask. And he got it for I think he got it for free because the guy was like, "No, you can have it for free. I don't want it. I don't want it anymore." And the kid's like, "Sweet," and he goes and plays the game. And I'll have to send you a link to the YouTube video for it because it's so freaky. Because apparently it's like this game is the person that sold the game to the kid didn't tell him that it's a cursed game, and it has killed a lot of people by playing the game, because as you play the game you start to see I think it's the mask guy that the game connects with the mask collector a whole lot, or the kid or the child, or something. I think what's the song where you play the song on the ocarina and then you make like a little save state, but it's a creepy like statue of Link. Try and remember that song in the game. I forget the name of it, but yeah, it shows that a whole lot, and it shows like that little creepy statue of Link everywhere you go, and that's one thing where it's like the face gets closer and closer, I think, to the screen, to the point where it has reached out and killed people. I think that's what the creepypasta is. I'm not too sure, but all I know is,
the song that makes the statues is called Elegy of Emptiness.
There you go, Elegy of Emptiness. That was it.
That doesn't make a save state though. It just makes statues.
Yeah, not like a save state, mind you, but it's a statue of like, I think it takes you back to that area. I think, if I recall.
Oh, that's the Song of Soaring, which will teleport you between the owl statues. There's an actual song that creates a statue of your current form.
Yes,
and it just stands there.
Oh wait, no, yeah. So oh no, my bad. I was thinking something like that. Yeah, because that allows you. So if you have like two like switches, you can use the Elegy of Emptiness to hit one statue, and you can hit one switch, and you can hit the other. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking, because I was thinking it takes you. I always thought it takes you. It's like, you know, like that save state you get when you're in a dungeon in Ocarina of Time when you use one of the power ups, and then when you're like so far into the dungeon, you go, do you want to return? Yes. And then you return back.
Pharaoh's Wind.
Pharaoh's Wind. I thought it was something like that. I haven't played like a whole lot of Majora's Mask in a long time, so I totally forgot that's what it does also. But it's like pretty much that creepypasta's something comes out of the game and kills you, pretty much. So it's I found it, like, at first when I first like watched it, I was kind of like, holy crap, like, this is like, I thought it was real, I thought it was true, and then they said no, it's fake. It's actually like somebody made like an emulator of just screwing up the game like that, and it's like, it's so eerie. So I have to send you a link to the YouTube video if I can find it, so you can have a look for yourself, because it gave me shivers.
There was one. There was one for Lavender Town in Pokemon that apparently the song in Lavender Town would drive kids to commit suicide. I remember hearing the creepypasta about that.
Yeah, in Japan, for the Japanese game, it's like a specific mono sound, like some specific sound in Lavender Town with the music that just made kids feel very depressed. And apparently, like, the West, like Nintendo of America and Nintendo of Europe, like, apparently were just like, no, we've got to change the music in Lavender Town, change the pitch, so that doesn't happen to our kids. But yeah, that's what I heard. That's a interesting story about that in a way. It's like Lavender Town just made kids depressed, but I mean, it is a depressing town. So.
Yeah, very depressing town.
Yeah.
There's also Slender Man as well, wasn't there? Is a Slender Man a creepypasta, something that was made for the game?
It kind of started off as like a weird little creepy set of YouTube videos that eventually they made a game about.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it didn't actually start with the game. It started with something else.
It's hard to say, because roughly when the game got really big, there was tons of videos that were linked by the game to them. Yeah. So I'm assuming they started as the YouTube videos, and then someone made the game of them.
Okay,
believe so. Yes, believe so with Slender Man. Yeah. Asmo, what about you? Gaming stories, lores, creepypastas. You got anything for your topic?
I'm just absolutely fascinated by the sheer concepts of how they introduce lore into it, because there's easily 3 different ways of that games tend to give lore. There's the ones that are basically just hold your hand. They give you every bit of information, even the side stuff that you wouldn't really know about, or you shouldn't know about by the perspective of the character you're following. But then there's the games, which I would say more closer in line with Final Fantasy VII, for example, where you play through, you get to see a bunch of what is happening around Cloud, but then, for example, you go into Shinra Manor and down into the basement, and you find out, oh wait, Zack was there, Zack and that's where Zack and Cloud were held, and they escaped from there, right? So you actually have to go out and find a bit, but for the most part, majority of the story is handed to you. But then there's games like Breath of the Wild and Dark Souls, for example, that are very much like, hey, here's the kind of general gist of the story. Go. Have fun. Explore. See what you find. And you get like little bits of lore from item descriptions and side quests. I mean, that doesn't happen in Dark Souls. Dark Souls is very much just you read item descriptions and talk to people, and that's the only way you can get lore.
Well, what would you prefer? What do you prefer in a way? What do you prefer, the first option or the second option? Like, you know, like get given the story, you know, straight away with like so much info, or do you prefer like here's a bit of the story and go on an adventure and find pieces of it as you go along?
I'm very much in line with you're given a bunch of lore as you're kind of going across and as the character discovers it, like rather than just like, because I mean the biggest fault I think of Dark Souls is the fact of no lore is actually given to the character. The character is just like told, go do this, and it's the character's like, okay. And just like runs off and goes and does it.
I can agree with that actually, because I've just started playing Dark Souls and I have no idea what the fucking lore is. All I know is I'm going to ring 2 bells and that's it. There's nothing else added to it for me.
Yeah, and like I know a fair amount more about what happened there, but again, you have to read item descriptions to kind of figure out what's up with Anor Londo, what's up with the Beta Chaos and the and all of that, rather than like I'd much rather like, oh hey, there's this, and like perfect example would be the Tales games. They tell you everything that is discoverable. The characters question what's going on and why to do things, and they get answers. The characters are actually being people, right? But they don't get everything. And then you go in, you read books, and you find things that, or you go do side quests, and you get to see things that make the main story make more sense. Because I remember that I think it was Tales of the Abyss, where you go around and it's just like, oh, okay, well, this is what's happening. That's an interesting story, but I don't get like why this person ended up like constantly showing up. But then you go around and do a couple side quests, and you find out that he's being directed, and he's following his own story, which keeps like basically bouncing him into the main party over and over again because he's hunting these certain things. So I very much like the whole idea of there is a set story that is shown and lore is given by observing it and being told, and the characters are actually attempting to find stuff out of why they're doing what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
And then like being able to go out and go, oh, over here this is happening, which is why that happens over in that area, and because it makes it feel like the world is actually being an active thing everywhere, rather than just, all right, well, you go ring some bells, and then you just kind of keep running around with whatever weapon you have, going, okay, I kill you now. Oh, I kill you now. Oh, I kill you now.
Until you get to the end of the game, you're just like, oh, it was all for this. Great.
That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I get what you mean. Like, there are some games that have with that other style of like, here's a bit of lore. Okay, figure out the rest of the stuff. There's some games that do it really well. Like, you know, and you find pieces of the story and you go, oh, that's interesting. And then you know, there might be some things that you find that will be massive cliffhangers and might make you scratch your head and be like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Why is that? And then you find like, you know, later in the game, you find more parts of the story. You're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like some games that do that aspect of storytelling, it does work. But I do get in the fact where, you know, Dark Souls, for example, you just get told one thing, that's it. And then like you don't get told anything else. You only get told at the end exactly what happens.
Well, I mean, in Dark Souls, you actually can find the lore by reading item descriptions, but that takes a lot of time and effort by the player to go out, and you have to be very invested to do it. Right?
Yeah.
So it kind of makes it very problematic on a casual gamer to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
But on the same side, that type of style leads to theories, like full game theories on like, hey, why did this happen? What happened here? You get little nuggets here and there, and it allows theorists to essentially figure out and like come up with their own canon. And then when a sequel comes out, you get to see what is actually true and what isn't. I mean, I think the biggest game series that ended up like with this huge theory community was Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's how I got to know about Game Theory, the Game Theory YouTube channel. Because of all their theories about Five Nights at Freddy's. When I was playing the first one, I'm just like, it's just a game where you have to stay for 5 nights or an extra night and just don't get killed. But then like I watched, I'm like, oh my god, there's like so much info. What the hell? For such like a small gaming franchise. Well, it's big, but for what you have to do, I say small gaming franchise because it's like a basic game of this is what you've got to do. But there's so much info in it. It's you know, if you don't look hard enough, you won't find it.
Yeah, like I mean, initially what started off with the whole thing of like there was a poster on a wall in the first game that said 5 kids missing, and then another one that said the building was closed because I think it was in the second game where it said the original Freddy Fazbear's was closed because of the animatronics were smelling weird or something, or the smell emanating from them. So it really brought about this like kids were killed hidden in the animatronics, and then like it grew from there. And like now there's something like 7 or 8 games. There's 2 book series, all written by the same person. So,
and there might be a movie. I heard there was rumors there was going to be a FNAF movie.
I heard there was a movie. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a movie potentially coming out. There's more books coming out. There's another game coming out soon.
Oh my god. We've already got FNAF VR, for God's sake. That's it. No more.
Yeah, there is, I think the next one, like they've even kind of reintroduced the idea of, because like, I think it was Pizzeria Simulator kind of marked that, or no, it was Ultimate Custom Night marked that William Afton, the purple guy, was stuck in hell. But then it's now introducing that he might not be. He might actually still be free. And he might still be like haunting and like creating this whole huge cult and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Great.
So we need, don't we? Frick. Jesus.
I'm looking forward to another
I mean,
Five Nights at Freddy's game, though.
Yeah, this one's I think based in the 80s, where it's like it introduces like or really delves into the whole cult idea that was introduced in Five Nights at Freddy's VR.
God, man, I don't really want to play that game, to be honest. Be terrifying as heck for me. Like the first game was creepy as hell.
But you know what's really interesting though?
What?
The Five Nights at Freddy's VR, the original game is much easier because you can be looking like at the doors and or watching the cameras and press the buttons all at the same time.
That's very true. Yeah. That is very true.
But they did introduce where if you stick if you close the door and then stick your head through the door, because obviously VR can do that, it'll just instantly summon Foxy to kill you.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, so
I did not know that.
Yes, I think it was Game Theory. They did try to do that live, and he stuck his head through the door. It's like, I can just cheese this, right? And then it just had Foxy running down the hall and kill him.
Nice.
Drive by Foxy. What a way to die.
Yep.
Bloody hell. Okay, good to know. I won't do that. Good to know on that. Bloody hell. All right. Well, I think we've gone through quite a bit on that. Blimey, that was a good topic.
That was really good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad that we actually managed to get a good amount of discussion from it.
Yeah, so just ended off with a conclusion on that. James, game stories, laws, creepypastas, And what was the what interested you in those types of things?
Interested me was probably, as I said, the Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor series. That got me interested into the gaming theory, gaming stories after I finished it. And then, as you guys said as well, with Zelda as well, I completely forgot about Zelda until we mentioned it. And then I realised the amount of laws and stories that come with it. Because I actually remember watching that YouTube video where he basically just went through every single game and said, right, this is how it relates to this bit, and where does Breath of the Wild sit in? And that really fascinated me.
Yeah, like same for me. Like main thing being like what I can think of off the top of my head is Legend of Zelda, and like the whole like story tree, like this whole timeline tree of like how it's all began with Skyward Sword, and that's like one of the latest games, and it's like it's not the first game that came out on the NES, or no, that's gonna be later, but the first game, like it's like from the timeline would be Skyward Sword, and then goes down the line, and then when Ocarina of Time comes up, there's a split, and then it's like splits all over, and then they come back together with Breath of the Wild. It's just you think it's like a big jumbled mess, but then when you look into it more, it's like it kind of makes sense and it works out pretty well. But I'm just wondering, like, when we get future Zelda titles, are we going to have another split like we had before? Or is it going to just stay into one timeline for a very long time? We just don't know. So that something like that is like really fascinates me when it comes to like game stories with being in a specific franchise. Because you see with some franchises, they stick to one main storyline and that's it. And then some games, they're just, oh, that's not canon. And it's just like, that's just a one-off thing.
Yeah.
But there are some franchises that do like split off in like some like dimension, like different dimensions and stuff like that. Sonic, for example, does like a weird timeline thing as well, which is, you know, when you have Sonic Generations, it's like, okay, so yeah, there's some things that are connected in a way, or is one timeline sometimes. So that like stuff like that really fascinates me with some gaming franchises, and also creepypastas. Like when I was talking about the Majora's Mask creepypasta, where a kid got Majora's Mask for free, but it was a very sketchy game. Apparently killed people. That's something definitely to check out, because that is creepy AF. That is for sure. Edge says the Trails lore is pretty interesting to me. Also, the Trails, the Legend of Heroes trail games. Edge, is that what you were talking about? The Legend of Heroes? Because I know you're a big Legend of Heroes nerd. For you. And Asmo, what? Yeah, there you go. Yes, yeah. The Legend of Heroes. I need to get into. I need to learn. I need to play more of the game so I can learn more of the lore on that. Also, that's for sure. Asmo, for your topic, what gaming stories, lores, creepypastas? What are your interests?
Well, I mean, honestly, like I just love the whole idea of like lores that you can go find. Like in Skies of Arcadia, there is so much lore in there. And it's given in a way where you actually go out and discover it, right? Like there's discoveries you can sell for money, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like it's an incentive to be able to get economy. But yeah, every discovery has a full page of just lore of like, oh, this grave was like by a famous pirate that was well known for, you know, robbing from the rich, giving to the poor, protecting the general people. Type thing. But then there's the really weird ones where, like, for example, the Black Moonstone, but there's no Black Moon. And where you find it is in a sky rift. It's called the Black Rift, which is a sky rift that nobody can pass because it's so turbulent and everything. And it's completely different from everything else. And it splits the world into 3 separate sections. And when I first read that, I'm like, with the general lore of everything, I'm like, okay, well, there's something later on in the game that is shown that affects the moons to rain down moonstones as kind of like a weapon. And it makes me think, well, maybe there was a Black Moon, and this ancient civilization that built this weapon basically tried to test it on the Black Moon and destroyed it. And all the moonstones falling to the planet ended up falling into this big center mass where the Dark Rift is, and that the power that is given like as an explanation of the Dark Moonstone is what created the Dark Rift, because the power is to switch anything positive to negative, right? So
Alright.
having this over the top dark rift makes it seem, and like this black moonstone, there's tons of them everywhere in there. So it makes it definitely seem very logical that it was an accident, like a test that was accidentally too strong, broke, like completely destroyed the moon and caused this dark rift.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, stories like that when you just feel like, but that doesn't make sense. Where it's like you don't have like a dark moon or something, and then when you get into more of the game, you start to understand. You're like, okay, that starts to make sense now. It's weird, but it starts to make sense.
Yeah, because even in there it says this black moonstone has the power to do this, but it's weird because there is no black moon.
There's no black moon. It's like, what the heck?
Where does shit come from?
So
like
it's
mystery.
definitely something I like. The last time I streamed Skies of Arcadia, and I went on a bit of a rant on like going on like, okay, this is what I think of this, and like I made full theories of a bunch of different ideas that I'm like connecting here, and it's just that type of openness I love in games. Is by far one of my favorite things, to be able to go in, discover lore, and it's open-ended enough that there are not direct answers, but people can look at what's there and give this give an answer and an idea.
Awesome stuff. There we go, guys. That was the topic for Asmodan: gaming stories, laws, and creepypastas. Like what fascinates us with those. And thank you to everyone that was also talking in the chat as well for giving some ideas also for them. It's great stuff.
And it just adds on to our own stuff as well, whether we think now.
Exactly. So I think it's now time, before we end, speaking of game lore and like stories and stuff, we've got a cliffhanger to figure out.
Yes, we do.
And welcome back to Andy's Great Adventure, Part 6.
Marvelous.
Again,
I love
seriously,
that.
I'm gonna need you to do some. I need you to do some things for me, because that just sounds awesome to have.
I mean, I'm more
You've
than
got a
happy to do that.
You've now got a professional voice acting job, Asmo. Congratulations. I mean, it's with James,
I
but,
mean,
you know.
I've had that gig up on Fiverr for so long, but nobody buys anything.
No, plug your Fiverr then.
But he's doing. Andy, give him a $5 then.
I'll just give him $5. There you go.
Oh, thanks, mate.
I mean, that's all I charge for is $5.
Oh, there you go. No, James, I'm not paying you for that. You pay it yourself.
Ah, you suck.
Yes, I know. I love you too.
Yeah, let's go with that, shall we? Okay.
So, after you.
I think you're about to say something. That's why I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I was about to go like, now it's time, and then you were going to do the same thing, and it's like, up.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump right back into it. So, as we last left Andy, he basically registered that his petrol gauge had dropped relentlessly down until it registered empty again. And then we did a luck draw. Did Andy have enough luck that there was actually a full can of petrol inside the car? So, before we begin, I need to ask, Andy, are you ready?
Yes, I suppose. I have no choice, because I know what's going to happen even if I have petrol.
Okay then. As my dad, are you ready?
Yeah. Actually, wait. Just to confirm, when we were quickly discussing things,
Yep.
was that a yes that I'm able to do that?
That is a yes, you are able to do that.
Okay.
He's like, oh shit. Okay, in that case, Andy, Asmo, let's get ready for Andy's great adventure. Now,
Perfect.
so, as we threw the last one, the dice read, for the luck, it was a 7. But for Andy, it was Andy rolled a 12.
I want to activate my power that he doesn't have gas.
There
Wait,
we go.
So,
That's what I wasn't expecting because I know what's gonna happen. It's like, yay. Here we go.
oh, this is gonna end horrible. This might end horribly for you, mate. You know that, right? Okay, so just need confirmation. Are you activating your special effect?
Yes.
In that case, then special effect has been activated. Andy does not have fuel. Are you ready to hear what's happening, Andy?
Yeah, go on then.
Okay. A few kilometers. Oh, bloody hell, what was observation? A few kilometers further down the road, the engine starts to cough and splutter. Finally, it jerks to a halt, and your worst fears are realized. You have run out of petrol. There are no buildings and no signs of life, and you realize that the mission is over. You have failed. You must try to get back to New Hope on foot, perhaps to try to reach San Angelo another time.
The end.
Game over!
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
we knew that was coming a while away, didn't we?
We're gonna continue. Before we continue with the story, I thought it'd be great, but yeah, okay. Well, all of that after running out of freaking petrol. God damn. The most.
And you just got a charger as well.
I know. I got a freaking charger and everything, and Pete, the freaking mechanic, didn't fill up my goddamn tank.
Well, why didn't you check before leaving?
Exactly.
Christ. It
Okay.
doesn't say that in the book.
Okay, so
Well,
shall we start again?
Well, you know what that means.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be buying a new adventure book for you for the next couple of episodes now.
Yeah.
So I think we should just do a brand new adventure for the next 2 episodes for me.
Okay, so you want me to get a new book then?
I'll be buying a new book for you, a new adventure book for your new adventure.
Yeah.
You know, keep things fresh. So I think, yeah, it'll probably be a good idea.
Very well then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so that is the end of Andy's great adventure on the Freeway Fighter. He managed to beat a lot of enemies. He was successful
But in the end,
in getting lots of fuel. But in the end, it was the fuel that cost him.
yep. In
Which-
the end, I just didn't want to pay for them gas prices. Because goddamn, it's expensive.
They're very, very expensive. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I saw it on the thing. What happened? I was like,
You know,
If-
Asmo,
if
I could have had
Asmo
fuel.
if Asmo says this, then he is going to go and he's going to lose this. Yeah, can I do this if he makes a decision? Oh, Andy, you're gonna lose.
You know, you could have let me have fuel, and then I maybe had to face like a big group of bandits, you know, and then I could have got murdered, like maliciously. Could have
Or
had
get
that with me.
plunged.
Or got
no.
plunged royally. Anyway. Well,
Okay.
that's it. That's the end of my great adventure for that. So be sure to tune in to the next episode where we'll be having James's great adventure, but it'll be a brand new adventure, something completely different. I still got to find a bloody book and buy it. So yeah, that'll be fun.
I would definitely recommend Ian Livingston and the final Fighting Fantasy books. This is the one I use for my Freeway Fighters, and they do a lot of stuff, and there's lots and lots and lots of different varieties, and there's so much fun to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. You should send me the name Ian Livingston. Ian Livingston, you say?
Yep, Ian Livingston.
Okay,
And Steve Jackson.
I'll have a look on Google when I got free time, and I'll look for some books, and then I'll buy one for you for your next great adventure, James.
I look forward to it, good sir.
Speaking of next great adventure, when is our next episode going to be?
Yes, it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of the stream. But if you've enjoyed what you've been listening to, either myself, the British Andy, or Asmo Dan, then have no fear, because from today's date, the 17th of October 2020, we have what we're doing right next. So, as you can see on the screen, if you're listening to us, if you're watching us right now, this is what is going to be happening next for all three of us. But if you are listening to us on the podcast, Andy, why don't you tell the great audience that are listening to us right now what next game you are playing?
So for people that are listening in live, I'm going to be live in maybe over an hour and a half's time. It might be a bit later because I've got to make lunch or food for tonight. Might be playing some games with some friends. But I should be live later today, maybe for a little bit, for a short stream. We'll say 3 p.m. Pacific, my time. And if so, it might be a little bit later. But if all goes well, I'll be playing some more Silent Hill later today. It'll be day 2, and I'm in the creepy elementary school. And we'll just see what happens.
And if you're going to be there as well, then check out tomorrow, where I will be streaming at 9 o'clock British summertime. I'll be streaming Space Crew, which is the official sequel to Bomber Crew, the very first game that we actually streamed on this channel. And look how far we've come now, so it's only fair that we play the sequel to it. So that is Space Crew on Sunday, the 18th of October at 9 p.m. British summertime. And finally,
I will be now. It says Tuesday, October 20th at 7 p.m. PST. I'll be playing Divinity: Original Sin 2 with my buddy Nightmare. How that is my next guaranteed set game that I'm playing. I may be streaming later today or tomorrow, and I do have a viewer's choice on Monday. However, because none of those are fully set in stone, the guaranteed one of a guaranteed game is Tuesday.
And we are very much looking forward to watching you play that. And if you guys are currently listening in or watching us right now and you're thinking, you know what, I actually fancy watching them, then have no fear, because if you've enjoyed my co-host, the British Andy, he is on Twitch, and you can find him at Twitch TV / The British Andy. And as always, he's also got a Twitter account at The British Andy. That really says for itself, doesn't it? But also,
Pretty much, that's simple.
Yes, it is. But if you also enjoyed our guest this week, Asmodan, then be sure to give them a follow on Twitch at Twitch TV Asmodan0588. And also, don't forget to give him a like on Twitter. On Twitter at Asmodan0588. So those are our two fantastic co-hosts for today. And you know what? This has been a fantastic stream, and I thoroughly thank both of you for helping us do the stream today. How have you guys enjoyed it?
Yeah, I had a good time. It was like, damn, yeah. I forgot. I'm looking at the time. It's like 3 hours 51, but I think this is most probably a 4 hour show.
This is 4 hours.
We have beaten our record for longest episode.
Oh, in that case, then applause.
Huzzah! Yay!
All due to my random rants.
There you go.
But the random rants are exactly what we need on this channel.
The random rants of Asmodan has made us go to 4 hours of a show. We just hope people will be able to listen to these 4 hours.
That's a long. That is a long journey. That's a long car journey. Straight away sorted for you.
Oh, pretty
Just hope
much.
you don't run out of petrol.
Like Andy did. Otherwise, you
don't
may have
run out
to
of
walk
gas.
back.
Yeah, otherwise you're screwed, like me. Hoo-hoo. But yes, it's been an absolute pleasure doing the show again. Thanks to my awesome co-host James for being a part of this, and for also hosting the stream as well. It's, helps put a lot of weight off my shoulders when I used to do it, because I took everything, and just me being so, just me being in my ways, going, no, I'll do everything, I'll be fine, and then burning myself out. Not good. So my thanks to James for taking a bit of the burden off and keeping things balanced and simple. So Always a pleasure doing this with you, sir.
And it's always been a pleasure doing this as well, good sir. And I'm very looking forward to the next one, which is, of course, actually quite lucky for us, because our next stream is actually on Halloween night, which means the next Tally-Ho stream will be having not only a Halloween special for all you horror fans out there, but we also have 2 special guests. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 special guests joining us. So it's not just me and the British Andy, it will be us 2 versus 2 others.
Who are they going to be? You're just going to have to find out till the next episode. So yeah, it's exciting times ahead.
It is exciting times, but that is in the future. But right now, a massive, massive thank you to Asmodan for joining us today. We are so happy that you were a willing volunteer to join us today. And don't worry, we will give you the code to finally escape the room that we've locked you in.
Wait, you've locked me in the room? I thought I was just here to torture Andy for fun.
Oh,
no,
really?
I'm locked in the room. Help! Help! Get me out! Give me the code!
But thank you for inviting me. This was a lot of fun. I had a ton of fun just chatting and figuring all our topics out.
You are more than welcome to join us on a future episode, Dan.
For sure. Well, we've got our episode set up now. The man with many voices.
Yes, we do. So be sure.
So we have to bring you back.
Yep. So we'll definitely be using you for a couple of your jingles. So you are now a permanent member of the Tally-Ho Show.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
I only charge the low price of $99.99.
That's 0.999999, right?
Does anybody get that reference?
Oh god. No.
Nope, but that's just us.
It's from Reboot Mike the TV.
Oh right, yeah, no, yeah. haven't heard that. I haven't heard that one. Mike the TV Edge says Dan's game. Yeah. I think that was like. I think we never. Is that like on TV or was that on YouTube?
It was on TV back in the 90s. It was a Canadian-made show done by Mainframe.
Oh, okay, I don't think we got that in the UK. I don't remember that actually.
I don't remember that.
That's probably
either.
why.
I actually loved it so much. I bought the entire series on DVD.
That is a
Holy
dedicated fan.
Exactly, very dedicated.
But again, Dan, thank you very much for joining. We really appreciate it, and we are so looking forward to you coming back onto the stream on a later time.
I look forward to it.
And so do we. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of the stream and the podcast itself. Again, thank you very much for joining us. We thoroughly hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope you will stop in to either on show in Halloween or when you stop off and see our Twitch streams live the next time we come on. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Tally-Ho Shows with James,
Me, Andy,
and me, Asmo.
and we want to say a massive thank you very much. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you all in the near future. And
take it easy, guys.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
And enjoy these tunes that are going to be coming in at the end of the show.
And I hope you will enjoy it. And thank you very much. Take care of yourselves, guys. And this has been the James of All Games as well, saying cheery bye. And as always, thanks for stopping by.
Later.
Hello again. Just checking to see if you've done the dishes or not.
Hot off the heels of Call of Duty 2, the Infinity War team has been developing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. We're making a more sophisticated, deeper Call of Duty experience. Variety is the next big thing for us. We're going deep, and we're going hard.
The weak man may be careful not to soil himself when he plays this game.
In the mind, in time, you'll find my lines. Combine and entwine, underline, rhyme divine. No time you go against me, 249, lift you swiftly. Front lines in it with me, think I'm lying, come and get me. Hot sergeant, Briggs, reporting for duty.
Roger.
Some say this belong in the movie, but this the third installment. Infinity Ward shit. Don't soil your drawers, cause it's deep in his heart, bitch. Ready for action. 50 cows started clapping. 4 horsemen kicking a rerun, asking what's happening. Too late for all that flapping. Out they gates with all those backed in. This one's from McMillan. 15 years you have relaxed. Now it's time to settle the score. We ready to war. As a guest on board, my tribe war tour. And this the third installment. Infinity Ward shit. Don't soil your drawers, cause it's deep in his heart, bitch.
All right. All in Marines. Stay frosty.
Loyalists, eh? Are those the good Russians or the bad Russians? On fire! Friendly's coming out!
Sir, we've got company helicopter troops closing in fast. No sign of our side, sir.
Riggs. Maybe alive. I hate bargaining with Kamarov. It's always a bloody catch.
Riggs.
I think he's in there. I hear him.
So, we're moving, Captain Price. You can storm the building when it comes to power. Go! Nikolai, are you alright? Can you walk?
The weak man may be careful not to soil himself when he plays this game.
Marines, SAS, hands up. Zakayev, hand up. Yo, shout out to Price, the one-handed bandit maker. Gas and Vasquez, disbanded any takers. If there's anyone greater, then show me. If not, then blow me. You can label the hater for side talk. I dub it solely. Out for success, back it up with a little success. And when you back down to digress, you hear them yell success. Devastation. Yeah, that's what you facing when I call of duty. It's a touchdown in nations. Your heart get to racing while you run with palpitations. Daddy's boy on the roof, buck himself, damnation. Oh, Papa mad now. On the bridge we had a throwdown. Buck me and my bros down. Thanks to you, that cat no more now. And this the third installment. Infinity Ward shit. Don't soil your drawers, cause it's deep in his heart, bitch. Riggs. Watch your 6, devil dog.